Okay, let me add myself to the stream. Here we go. Okay. Awesome. There you are, Nikki.
Oh, because I love being in front of the camera.
Good morning. My name is Felina Hansen. I'm the founder of Hero Hub. I know most of you. So welcome to the Business Acceleration Expo. I should talk in front of the camera. We are live streaming this on YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn. So the flow of the day is you have options. We've moved, just for COVID safety, we've moved a lot of the activities. All our gurus will be outside. Lunch will be outside. Snacks will be outside. There is a Keurig behind you. You're welcome to use that water. We'll bring out more water, more coffee, all that good stuff. And the flow will be mini learning sessions. Nikki, the amazing Nikki Ahertz, is going to kick us off. You guys will love her. We are going to keep doors open, airflow, that kind of thing going here. Nikki will not be in a mask because she wants to make sure she projects. But again, if I'll have everybody wear a mask. So with that, you have options. You can stay in here for the next session. I think Catherine, you're up next. Yep. Or go down your list of gurus and then connect with the gurus. So I see Sarah's there. Our guru should be showing up. So it's just kind of a flow. You can stay in the session. You can go out visit with the guru. You can network, meet each other, say hello, all the things. So take it away, Nikki.
Hi. I was just expressing to people it's weird to actually be in pants and wear lipstick. It's kind of an odd thing. My poor puppy this morning was like, Mom, what's going on here? Why are you dressed? Welcome. Come on in. Hi. Hi, Melissa. Come on in and have a seat. You guys can sit around. Melissa, thank you for hosting. Felina, thank you for hosting. So I'm Nikki Ahertz, and I am the pricing and profitability guru at Hero Hub Carlsbad. So basically, I specialize in helping female-led companies make more money, which I'm sure you all make enough money, right? Nobody wants to make more money. We're good? Oh, never mind. Time out. Okay, Catherine can go. No. So I just want to get a feel for the room. Normally when we do a business booster here at Hero Hub, we go around the room and introduce ourselves so we all get to know who each other is and who's our business is. But obviously, as I only have 30 minutes to give you guys some actionable information, if we did that, we would be done in 30 minutes. So I do want to get a general feel. How many people in the room are members of Hero Hub? That's my girls. All right. Hero Hub in the house. Who's visitors? All right, welcome to the family. This is your sisterhood and your tribe. How many people here are in launch or startup? They are within the first 3 years of their businesses. Okay, and how many are plus, 4 years plus, and looking to scale their businesses? Okay, great. How many people here feel like they're working harder and not smarter? Everybody a little exhausted? Okay. All right, awesome. So one of the things that we're going to cover today is a lot of people come to me during guru hours and they say, Nikki, I need to know how much I should charge for X, okay? And they feel so defeated when I look at them with the classic response of the non-hard sciences and say, it depends, right? It depends. So there's actually 7 pillars of profitability. No way on God's green earth I'm going to get through 7 of them today in 30 minutes, not without you feeling like you're drinking from a fire hose, which you may already have that sensation by the end of the day. So I could have gone first or last, and I thought, well, if we're going to talk numbers, I'll go first before your brains are mush at the end of the day. How many people in here loved math in school? How many people love sales? Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, can I get some feedback from everybody? What feels uncomfortable with sales? What feels uncomfortable?
It feels a little pushy.
Pushy, okay. Anything else? So I have a recent theory, I'm working on a blog post about it, that women's hesitancy around sales may be linked to a rape crime culture. Because the notion is that we are overcoming objections, and that feels unsafe to us and feels out of alignment for us. Very violating, right? That's my theory. My background is 20 years in behavioral profiling. So neurophysio psych, developmental psych, women's studies, all that stuff. I'm actually a former sexual assault victims advocate in my life before I opened my own companies. So this is my theory. If we do this right, if we build a profitability plan for each of you correctly, you will never feel pushy because the client will lead themselves down. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And that comes from a process that you lead them through that feels organic to them. And you also have to be able to say to them, this isn't a fit. I'm not a fit for you. And that's okay. So I want you all to embrace the notion of, I sell brown shoes. If you want black shoes, you can't swing a dead cat without hitting somebody who sells black shoes. But I sell brown. And if you want brown, you're in the right place. If you don't, you're in the wrong place. Okay? We have this propensity to suffer from superhuman syndrome. I'm all things to all people at all times. Okay? And our hearts get involved with feeling like we need to serve everyone in some way. Okay? That drains you. It drains them. It's not necessarily a good fit. So when we're talking profitability, though, you guys have all these emotions surrounding sales and numbers and all that kind of stuff. And you're like, oh, I always go back to guess what you need to go to first. And it's completely unemotional. And that's numbers. Numbers don't lie. They don't have emotions. It's not 2 + 2 = Jello, right? It's 2 + 2 is 4. Okay, that's it. 2 + 2 is 4. So I don't have time to do the 7 pillars, but if you are Hera Hub members, I am the facilitator of the sales sub hub that happens on the 1st and 3rd Monday of every month from 10 to 11 a.m. We're covering all 7 pillars. So I'm doing what I normally charge people. I'm offering in the Hera Hub sub hub for free for Hera Hub members, and we're doing it by month. So I'll do a presentation. And then the second meeting of the month, you guys will get to ask questions and go, I tried this, it didn't work. What does this mean? And we will work through it as a team, okay? We have already covered the section I'm gonna cover today. If you are a Hera Hub member or choose to join Hera Hub today, the recording of the information I'm giving today is in that sub hub. So you can go back and listen to it in case this is all too much. And by the end of the day, you degrade yourself to water wet, sky blue. That's the capability of my brain today, okay? Which I have a brand new 8-week-old puppy at home. I'm on 2 hours of sleep, and I am rapidly approaching water wet, sky blue. So I'm gonna keep this simple. How many of you are the sole breadwinners in your families? So the buck stops with you. So if I asked you how much money do you have to make to cover your personal expenses, would you know what that number is? Okay, write it down. Annually. If most women think in months, we go month to month, which is one of the challenges we have with gaining profitability is we don't think long-term plan. So if you know your monthly expenses, just times that by 12. For the average person in Southern California, it's about $60,000 a year. Person. How many of you have a partner or spouse or roommate or someone else who's helping you make ends meet? Do you have a plan if somebody runs a red light and they're hurt? Not passed away, so life insurance isn't going to kick in. They're just incapacitated and all the bills are now on you. Okay. I would suggest you go home and have a conversation with your partner and figure out what your personal expenses are per year, and you set your business up to make that money regardless of their income, regardless of their health. Because then if something happens, your business is already in position to support the family. And leading up to that, it means that that's all money that can get socked away for, I call it, and I hope nobody is offended by cussing because I'm a sailor, it's in case shit, right? It's in case shit happens, okay? It also gives you the opportunity to live more of a Thrive lifestyle because you're combining 2 fully whole incomes together so you guys can start to make really good decisions. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? Okay. How many of you know what your business expenses are? Survive. What your business takes in order to survive.
I can look it up.
You can look it up. Okay, I like that. I don't know off the top of my head, but I can look it up. Okay.
Like 1 minute.
Awesome. Most female founders don't take into consideration marketing as a survival number, but it is. Because if the funnel shuts off, the business is DOA. Okay? So if a constriction happens, marketing cannot take the hit, right? It cannot, or you literally are prolonging the collapse of the company. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. It's so cool. I get to say, does that make sense? And look at your heads nod. Instead of being online, where I'm like, put the number 1 if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm so glad to be here. Okay. Taking that into consideration, a business expense is marketing, rent, memberships, networking, web costs. The first thing I outsourced, and it kept me sane, was a bookkeeper, because, yeah, that's not my highest and best use of time. Typically, I consider a lawyer survival, because I can't negotiate or do anything with new business without my lawyer there. And typically, I have to consult that attorney before I have a check in my hand, because there's contracts going back and forth, and they need to be available for redlining. And if you don't know what redlining is, see me after, and I'll tell you about it. Don't panic. The first time I had it happen, I burst into tears. I'm like, they said it red all over it. I don't understand. It's like, it's normal. It's normal. Well, you could have warned me it was normal, and I wouldn't have a heart attack. So when you start to think about this, my guess is around $25,000 a year for business. Okay? So you add that together and you get $85,000. How many of you worked in a real job before you opened your companies? Welcome to corporate refugee camp. Okay? I bet when you were like, I charge $50 an hour, I'm making way more money than I did at my other job. No, you're not. Actually, you're just slightly above minimum wage. And let me tell you why. When you're an employee, 100% of your time is being monetized, right? I clock in, I'm making money. I clock out, I'm not making money anymore. As entrepreneurs, when we're ideally dialed in, okay, about 50-50. 50% of our time is on the company, not monetized. 50% of our time is in the company, that's monetized. So if I were an employee, I would take the 85 and I would divide by 2. $42.50 an hour as an employee to make this money. But I'm not an employee. I have to make $85 an hour. Those numbers don't lie. If you're billing 50, you don't survive. Now, why do I point this out? Do I want you only surviving? No, I'm all about making money. But we tend to get pushed on negotiation, and we tend to feel like we have to come down and, oh, I got to bring it down because I got to make money and I got to make a deal here. No, you don't. This number says you drop below that, you don't survive. That is your drop dead number. It does not come below that ever. Now, there's one thing. Oh, look, I said ever, and then I'm going to give them an asterisk. Okay, there's one time that you can drop below this, and it's otherwise known as a loss leader. Has anybody heard that term before? A loss leader? Okay, McDonald's uses sodas as loss leaders. You're going to pull into the driveway to order a $1 soda. Are they making much profit on it? No. But they charge $3.50 for fries. Why? They figured the fries are what everybody wants. I'll tote you in with a $1 soda, you're gonna order a fry. Does that make sense? So in your own businesses, you can run a loss leader that attracts your target in only if you have a high conversion rate where they convert up to making more money. Now, if I do a loss leader and I convert them up to something that's $85 an hour, am I surviving? No. Because the time I spent on the loss leader was below my survive and I only sold them to the survive level. I'm under. I'm what's known as net cash negative. Okay? So thrive. Women don't do this. So we're going to do it right here, right now. I live in the house I want. I drive the car I want. I take the vacations I want. I live the lifestyle I want. And I'm saving enough money that if I don't do a sales or succession exit, which means I'm not selling my company and getting money from my company, I'm just retiring off of my earnings, okay? None of that lifestyle changes. So we're thinking way bigger numbers, right? Way bigger. Typically, it's times 4. So what is that, guys? They're like, no, I said I didn't like math. Huh?
We have 340.
Okay. How many of you have service offerings that make you $340 an hour, other than lawyer? Oops. Now, why I point this number out if it's just going to feel defeated? If you're going to be like, thanks so much for telling me what I can't have. No, you can have this. The difference is you can't do it as a solo. No way for you not to scale and to hit those numbers. There's just no way. You have to give up superhuman syndrome, give up irreplaceability effect, which is my business shuts down if I'm not in it. You have to give it up. You have to become replaceable in your company to get to these numbers. Okay? Now, I've just given you something pie in the sky, and I've given you bottom. I don't want you in either of those spots right this minute, because you're like, great, Nikki, so thoughtful that you gave me a 5-year plan, but what about now? So I call that a drive number. Okay? So this is a survive. This is thrive. I need a drive number. What do you guys want to do? What's a good drive?
Half of that.
I like that. Let's do half. So 170.
Sorry, can you say again what you mean by drive?
So drive sits between these two. This is actually achievable within the next 12 months. This is going to take a little time. For most solos. How many people in here have a team? Like have employees? What do you do?
I have a organizational stationery company, e-commerce business.
Okay, awesome. And you know, to get to those numbers, you got to have a team. Of course, that also means herding drunk cats, so I respect that. I respect that. So this is a drive number. We're shooting towards this, right? Immediately. Okay? What I like about this number is if I want to start to incentivize referral programs, strategic partnerships, stuff like that, or discounts are paying in cash, discounts are paying up front all the time, all that stuff, I'm not touching my survive because I'm off the ground. So I've got wiggle room in here. How many people, before they set their price points, looked at competitors and that's how they set their price points? Be honest. Okay, this is the problem. I don't care what the competitor's charging. If the competitor is in here, it doesn't matter what they're charging. You can't make it. Does that make sense?
Question though.
Yes.
You still have to know what they're making excuse me, to be able to assess if you're talking to a potential customer why you are the right choice, even though your competitor might be less. Like if you don't know what they are setting their prices at or have some idea, doesn't that affect how you could convert them?
Depends. The second pillar in the profitability is target market selection. Who are you talking to? Folgers or Starbucks? It's all freaking coffee, people. It's not a miracle. It's coffee. But you're paying for what? I have a venti mocha latte with half almond milk and decaf and a shot of this and da-da-da-da-da. And you're like, dude, it's cheaper for me just to hand this to you and you deal with it because I want the experience. It depends on who you're talking to. Don't get in a race to the bottom. Now you're gonna be like, okay, Nikki, you can tell me this all you want, but where's the proof of the pudding? You're not out in the trenches. When I started my photography company, I owned two companies, a branding photography company and a pricing and profitability consulting firm. I started doing branding headshots when branding wasn't even a word. That was not a buzzword. Back when MySpace was the best social media platform out there, okay? I know, right? You're like, what happened? Teenagers happened. Okay, so average headshot at the time was $75, and you got a disc of like 100 images, okay? A digital marketing friend of mine called me up and said, I'm gonna have you do headshots, and I'm like, we do bellies and babies and seniors. We're artists. We don't, have you seen that stuff? It's freaking mugshots. I don't do mugshots. She said, no, you don't understand. The social media thing's gonna go big. I'm like, MySpace is gonna go big. Okay, well, you let me know how that works out. And she's like, no, I'm serious, Nikki. It's gonna change the way marketing happens. Those mugshots are not gonna work. I really need you to do this. I need commercial grade photography, but for small businesses. I was like, all right, girl, whatever, sure. So I jumped in. Within 9 months, it swallowed 80% of my company. And I was charging $350, and I got 5 images. And I got it all day long. Could not stop booking clients. I didn't even play at the $75 level. And you know where I learned that? A wedding photographer who said, it's at this wedding event thing, and I'm looking around, and I'm like, there's like 5,000 $1,000 wedding photographers here. There's 3 $25,000 wedding photographers here. Do I want to compete with 1,000 people or with 3? Right? So if I want that kind of money, do I target Folgers people or do I target Starbucks people? Do I target Walmart and Costco people or do I target Nordstrom's and Saks Fifth Avenue people? Whom do I target? Notice I am not giving you demographics. Demographics don't tell me crap how to sell to you. I'm into psychographics. Tell me what you think. Tell me how you feel, and I'll tell you if I'm a fit for you. Notice what I said. How many of y'all get on a sales phone call and you're like, please trust me, please believe in me, let me prove to you that I'm worth it? No. The call is, oh, I'm freaking worth it because time is money and people don't waste time. So if they're on a phone call with you, they're expending high resources to have a conversation with you. They already know you're worth it. You're trying to determine if they're a fit for you. When you change the way you have that conversation, you're going to change the dynamic of the sales. Because you're literally going to get curious and you're going to start asking them questions, not allowing them to ask you questions necessarily, and only directing it at you when you feel like you're defending yourself, right? You're going to start going, what's your plans? What's your goals? What are you trying to accomplish? Have you tried something before? Why don't you think it works? If we solve this problem, what does your business look like in a year? If we don't solve this problem, what's your business look like in a year? How much time have you spent trying to solve this problem up until this point? How much money have you spent trying to solve this problem up until this point? If they go, nothing, they're not a fit for you. I just want a bitch. Okay, well, guess what? I don't specialize in bitching. So, no, I don't act like that. But you can. I do in my head, but it never comes out of my mouth. No, I'm just kidding. I don't. Because everybody's at a different point on the buyer's journey. Now, who here is familiar with the buyer's journey? Kind of? Okay. Here's how it goes. I know something's wrong, but I don't know what's wrong. I know something's wrong, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Okay? That's awareness. Something's up, but I don't know what it is. Consideration is, I now know what the problem is. Okay? So for example, I'm getting less business. I'm getting less traffic on my website. Something's wrong, but I don't know what's wrong. Are my ads off? Is my pay-per-click off? Is my SEO off? Is my social media off? I don't know what's wrong. Okay? Then you go, oh, okay, your traffic's down. Here's all the ways you can solve this problem. Now you're into consideration mode of the buyer's journey. So I could invest in an SEO expert, a Facebook expert. I could do some more social media. I could go out and speak more and organically drive traffic to the website. I've determined I don't give a flip if there's anybody on the website because it's not how I get my freaking business, whatever. You're determining which solutions are going to help you solve the problem. You're considering your solutions, okay? Final phase of the buyer journey is decision. Now you're in your phase. Why me over them? So let's say they settle on SEO. SEO is how I'm going to attack the problem. I'm going to do something in SEO. Now I have to find an SEO provider. Now you're in decision. The best discovery call, the best 15 to 30 minutes you will ever spend with a prospect is going to walk them through that entire journey in that 15 to 30 minutes. By asking questions and giving them education and figuring out where they are. If they're way back in awareness, they have no desire to solve a problem, they're not ready to decide anything for you. So how do you catch them? How do you hold them and engage them so that as they drop down that, you can move them down? That's where your sales funnel comes in. How can I hook them in where to keep in front of them and educating them as they move through so that when it comes to decision, they're like, shoot, Michelle's been working with me the whole freaking time. I've been getting information from her and doing everything with her. Why would I look somewhere else? I'm going to go with Michelle. Now that's inherently female, by the way. If you want to market to males, they're very easy to market to. Save me time, save me money, save me aggravation. Here's my Amex, leave me alone, go solve the problem. So why do we bother marketing to women? Because they never shut up. Man standing there, interior designer, personal gym, personal stylist, they're like, Bob, oh my God, the house looks amazing. You look amazing. You're styled. You're great. Thank you. People saying, thank you. I'm right here. I did that. Women, oh, you should talk to so-and-so and she's amazing and she's fabulous. And that's why we like marketing to women. Because if they're happy, they won't shut up. By the way, if they're unhappy, they also won't shut up. So be very careful with that. All right, we're almost done. I know, I'm so sorry. It's hard. The only two things that we didn't cover here is working capital and growth capital. This is a number that goes into Thrive that you guys need to consider that female founders typically trip over. If something happens, is there enough in the savings account to push the company forward? You need that just as much for your business as you do for your personal. And then the same thing for growth capital. Most women avoid scaling and getting team members underneath them because they think they take a cut in order to bring the team member on until they can build the business up to support them both. If you have a nest egg sitting in the bank that supports both of you while you build up, then you're going to feel more free to bring the team members on when you need to bring them on. Does that make sense to everybody? All right, I'm having guru hours out there. Sales Sub Hub on the 1st and 3rd Monday of the month from 10 to 11. That's next Monday. We're going to be going over all this. You guys can ask a ton of questions. Bring your numbers. We'll take them apart. Yes.
Is that recorded?
It is.
Yeah,
And put in the private Sales Sub Hub Facebook group. Mm-hmm.
Nikki, you're amazing.
All right. Yay!
So, ladies, this is really important. I'm going to steal your attention. If you don't know me, my name is Felina. I'm the founder of Hair Hub. Thank you for being here. We're going to have a lot of fun today. I have lunch for you all. Tons of networking. What I asked, we have the amazing Catherine Edmonds. She is up next. 5 keys to protect your business and IP and contracts. Here's what I need from you. If you want to stay, great. But I also, because Catherine's amazing, I also want to encourage you, this is not sit here for 4 hours kind of thing. It's get up, go visit with the gurus, grab some coffee, meet each other. This is meant to be a flow today. We've got amazing gurus out here. Nikki's headed out there right now. If you want to have another conversation with Nikki, you can head out and meet with her. We also have Catherine Zacharias, Small Business Insurance, Claire Bazin, she's the tax ninja. You need help with taxes, Sarah Calvi, Human Resources, and Callie Ingridson, I can't see, but on my glasses, Women's Business Center. So, Catherine, take it away. And then
Hi.
shift, if you go ahead and shift.
Good morning, everyone. There's some seats up here. I can ensure that you'll be able to hear if you sit up close. I'm so excited to share my love of contracting with everyone here. And my hope, thank you. Yeah, come on, move closer, everybody. Take the seats up front. Here, did everybody get a handout? More. There we go.
Thank you.
Handouts in the back. Got it. Okay. It just has kind of like the key points. So I'm hoping that by the time we're done, everybody will have a few points in their head of reference that can help them as they go through the thought process of entering into a business contract, specifically a business contract that involves intellectual property. So I'm Catherine Edmonds. I have Edmonds Legal as my law firm. I have just about 14 years of experience in helping out small businesses with their contracts. So Nikki gave a great presentation. I'm gonna ask for a show of hands, and actually everybody come in a little bit. There's a seat here, some over there. There's a little handout that you can take with you. So who likes contracting? Does anybody like negotiating contracts? Oh, I got one. I thought somebody would like negotiating contracts. So let me tell you a little bit about why I like contracts. Contracts are really the vehicle that a company can use to grow, to monetize, to just do whatever they want in their business, to partner, to move the company forward. And I feel like as an attorney, I also get to do a lot of creative problem solving as I marshal people through the contract process and try to get everyone to meet in the middle. What are a few words that you all think about? And this is my only participation I'm going to ask from you. What words spring to mind when you think of what an effective contract is? What is a good contract?
Clear?
Clear. That's my number one. Good job. You're an A+ student. Anybody else?
Terms.
What?
I just said terms. Like we
Terms.
Find the terms.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Time bound.
What is it?
Time bound.
Time bound. Yes. So yes, I think it's very important that the contract be clear, that it's a true meeting of the minds, that each of the terms, as you mentioned, are talked about, are fully resolved, that everyone's expectation at the end of the day are aligned. And so you want to make it clear, you want to make it measurable. And that's something that you'll hear me say again and again in this discussion, because that's from a legal perspective. It has to be measurable for the parties to know what they're going to get when they do something, what they're going to lose if they don't do something. So you have to have a measuring stick to be able to measure that. So what are the 5 keys? 1, know what you own. 2, know what you're contracting away. 3, know what you're getting in return. 4, know who you're contracting with. And 5, potentially think about hiring an attorney to help you with the contract process. So the first one, know what you own. If you don't know what you own, how can you protect it, right? And this seems like it's an easy answer. Oh, I know what I own. Well, when you think about intellectual property is what you have created with your human intellect that is protected by law. It's not what somebody else created, it's what you and your company created. So how can your company make sure that it owns its intellectual property? So there's common legal protections, right, that we've all heard of. There's patent, copyright, trademark, trade secret. I'm not really going to go into these in detail. Just know that they're a little bit different. Patent, you have to make a file at the patent office. It protects you for a term of years. most likely 20 years. The copyright, you don't have to make a filing, but you can for extra protection. It's generally for works of authorship, and you get the copyright protection as soon as you author the work of your own. Trademark, you have a common law trademark right where you don't have to file, but you could also file for that extra protection. And the trademark lasts as long as it's being used to associate whatever your good is in commerce with whatever the trademark is, whatever the logo. So that one can go on forever too. Then you have trade secret, which a lot of people, or maybe you guys know about trade secret, but I think trade secret is one that's often overlooked and extremely important. A trade secret can last forever. Can anybody, well, I said I was going to only ask for like one participation, but does anybody have an idea of what might be like a famous trade secret? The secret recipe for Coca-Cola, exactly. But it's any process that is proprietary, that is kept confidential, and that has a separate commercial value. Like you could sell that Coca-Cola recipe for millions of dollars just standing on its own. Other ones like the Google algorithm that makes it the best search engine. But really every company has their trade secrets, has their proprietary processes that make their company run. And the company, in order for it to be a trade secret, the company has to keep it confidential and make reasonable efforts to keep it secret because of its economic value. So we're talking about, we've kind of like identified the intellectual property. So now that we've identified the intellectual property, how do we protect it? And how do we make sure that we own it? So I'm gonna just say like a quick real life example. I was working with a company and they were getting investment. And the investor said, okay, we need you to make a representation, and you guys have probably seen that in a contract term, make a representation that you own all of your intellectual property. Well, it came up that, one of my friends kind of did some work on the code and we kind of had an oral agreement with him and he volunteered. Yikes, that's not what you want to hear from a legal perspective, because you want to make sure the company owns that property. So how do you make certain of that? So you want to hire people that you use to provide especially processes related to design, related to code, related to data, things that would result in intellectual property that your company needs to use. You're going to want to hire those people on and enter into an employee proprietary information and invention assignment agreement that basically makes sure that everything they do in their course of employment with you is assigned over to the company and you own it. So that gives you the extra, confidence that you actually own all of your intellectual property. And in that real life example, fortunately, this guy was a friend. He signed an assignment agreement assigning any of his rights over to the company. If he hadn't signed that, there would be the worry in the back of the mind, if this thing goes gangbusters and you have the $1 million company, wait, I worked on that and I have some rights in that. So that's why your legal agreements can really help you to know what you own and protect what you own. And so we also have our non-disclosure agreements or the confidentiality agreements. So before you give away any information, make sure that the other party enters into a non-disclosure agreement. So that's another legal protection that you have. I'm giving you this information and make sure that it's for a limited purpose. You can use it for the purpose of evaluating this transaction, testing this product, etc. I'm giving this confidential information to you for a limited purpose, and then it includes, return or destruction of the confidential information. So that's another thing that can really help you know what you own and help you protect what you own. And I want to say a little note about incubators, because I know I heard some people in the Hair Hub, technology, and that's what this Expo is about the technology sector. And joining an incubator is a great opportunity to really accelerate your intellectual property, to really get your company in warp speed. And you have all of these advisors and you're working jointly on getting your product market ready, et cetera, et cetera. Be very careful about the agreements that you enter when you enter an incubator situation. I've reviewed several and usually they're very fair, but you have the concept of background IP, which is IP that you owned before going into the incubator relationship, okay? Is the other party going to be able to use that background IP? Probably, because you want them to be able to build upon that background IP. But then the relationship is all about the end game, right? Which is kind of difficult sometimes for business people to think about. What happens to the foreground IP? That's what happens to the IP that comes out of that incubator relationship. Who has the rights to patent it? Who has the rights to monetize it? And there's different legal constructs that you can get around to kind of, solve for these various issues. But just things to think about when you enter into an incubator relationship, and also the importance of only giving the information that is necessary to kind of move that product line or whatever forward. If you have 2 lines of business, 1 line of business is in the incubator, only give things for the 1 line of business. Also, very carefully mark everything confidential. Because if you stop marking it confidential, it loses trade secret. So these are just things to think about. And so you have to know what you own, the first key, so that you can protect it. Okay, second key, know what you are giving away. So my property professor talked about property as a bundle of sticks. I thought that was the weirdest metaphor I'd ever heard. Property, bundle of sticks. I refused to believe that for like the whole year of property, but now it just rang a bell and it makes sense to me. So probably the best way to explain this bundle of sticks is to start off with a real property example. So you have a farm. It's a piece of property. How is that piece of property a bundle of sticks? Well, each of the stick is a right in that property. There are surface rights for farming. That's 1 stick. There are mineral rights, another stick. There's easement rights, oil and gas rights. There's all sorts of things, water rights in California. I mean, so that single piece of property is made up of a huge bundle of sticks. You can lease it too. Each of these can be separately monetized. So now that we have that easy example, let's look at how this bundle of sticks applies to the harder example, which is like your intellectual property. So if you think about the intellectual property, this is where you get all your deal terms. Is it exclusive? Is it an exclusive license? An exclusive is you're granting a license to use this product to that 1 person. A non-exclusive, I can license to you, I can license it to you, I can license 50 licenses. If I license that exclusive license, I'm giving away a whole lot of sticks. That doesn't leave me many sticks to give out to other people. So that's 1 term. And then you want to think about your term and termination. Your geographic term. Is it for the US? Is it worldwide? And then importantly, reservations and restrictions on the use. And I have a real life example for this. One of my clients had a business where he taught people how to use an accounting software tool through online classes. And as part of those classes, they had like an automated, I don't know what it was exactly, but it was like an automated thing that made that accounting software work a lot better. And so it came up that people liked the classes, but they also just wanted to keep on using kind of like the add-on to the software because it like pre-populated stuff. It made it a lot easier for them to use this accounting software. And my client was like, well, that's not my main business. My business is teaching these classes. And so, I don't want to spend time marketing this separate tool. But another company approached him and said, hey, I want to buy that license to market that separate tool. And my client said, awesome, free revenue for me. So he sent me the contract. And the contract was basically giving away everything. Not reserve the rights for him to use this as a teaching tool. Nor did he restrict the right of the party that was going to buy it for them to use it as part of like an online teaching tool. So had he signed that original contract, he would have been basically selling pretty much his whole company for the royalty payment to use this teaching tool. So fortunately, we nipped that in the bud. And the good part is that it wasn't the intention of either party to buy the whole company or to sell the whole company. But it was just like they found a contract online and it looked decent. And I was like, whoa. So that's why my 5th point is hire an attorney, because sometimes that helps because we see things slightly differently. Another thing to keep in mind when you think about what you're giving away, and this just goes on. There's like, if you have software, you only want a limited number of authorized users to use it. It's, is it sub-licensable? Is it assignable? This is all of your contract terms. But one thing to keep in your mind, which is easy, is Goldilocks.
It's what?
Goldilocks.
Oh, Goldie.
So what's the Goldilocks story, right? It has to be just right. You want to give away the just right amount of intellectual property. You don't want to give away too much, like my prior client. You want to give away exactly the amount to basically allow who you're giving it to do their business, right? But you want to keep the just right amount to do your business. So I call that the Goldilocks principle. And it's just kind of like, if you're reviewing a contract or if you're entering into a contract, kind of allows you to remove yourself from it and just think, is this just right? Is this Goldilocks? And that's just something easy to remember. And that goes into know what you're getting in return. So we talked about knowing what you own. We talked about knowing what you're giving away. And now what are you getting in return? And this really, it's easy to think, oh, what I'm getting in return is the compensation, the royalty, the this or that. I encourage you to think about this broadly, because all rights and obligations in the contract have value. All of the deal terms. Like, are there terms regarding confidentiality? Are there terms regarding indemnification, which is your financial security in case you get sued on the IP? Have the risks and responsibilities and liabilities been allocated properly? So think about this broadly. And in terms of licensing IP, can the licensee make improvements upon the IP? Who owns those? All of those rights, not just like I'm paying you X amount of dollars for this. All of the rights in the contract have value and are important to negotiate, which I love negotiating contracts. Not everybody loves it. I just wanted to say a few notes and have a real life example about royalties and milestones. So in intellectual property contracts, there's all sorts of royalties and milestones. So the milestone can be, when you deliver the product, if you're doing a build. They can be, if you sell a certain number of products, you hit a sales milestone. So get a royalty based upon that sales milestone and things like that. And so, as I said at the beginning, you really want to make sure that these milestones are clear, measurable, and to a certain extent traceable. Because if you only want to give away the stick for 3 authorized users, try to find a way to trace that. I mean, can you trace it through your software that only three passwords are accessing this? Do you need to have audit rights written into the contract that allow you to audit somebody's use of your intellectual property to ensure that they're using it consistently with the terms of the contract? So you have to be clear, measurable, traceable. So a real life example on milestones is there was a contract and they were going to be paid a royalty based off of number of product units sold. Then the investor that was going to pay said, well, but we don't want them to sell anything at over a 10% discount. My client said, okay. I, as the attorney, said, 10% discount of what? Like, we need to make this clear, measurable, traceable. And it turned out, okay, they sold a hardware product. They also sold a software as a service product. And they also sold a bundle with the hardware product and the software as a service product bundled together, offered at a discount. And they offered discounts if you bought a mass quantity of products. Okay, let's take a step back. So what should this actually be based off of? Because 10% discount in this contract is really telling me nothing, So it took some time, and both parties wanted the company to hit the sales milestone. It benefited both parties, but we just need to make sure that it was clear, that all the expectations were met and different approvals needed to be written into the contract, and ended up giving the investor like an approval for certain discounts and stuff. So it needed a little bit more time and a little bit more effort but we were able to get to the place at the end where everybody understood, everybody came in with the same expectations, and I'm fairly confident that that term is not going to be litigated on the backside, which is what I try to avoid in contracting. I'm like, let's talk, let's figure this out. Okay, the last one, or this is the second to last one. Know who you are contracting with is number 4. And this is really often overlooked, but extremely, extremely important. The fact that you're even thinking about this is wonderful. So, flag this one. I wish I could say from my real life experience that I've only had one client, or potential clients actually, because I'm not a litigator, that have come to me and said, oh, this company is saying that our contract is void because somebody entered into it that was unauthorized, that wasn't an authorized signatory, or they don't have to, their obligations are null because they didn't enter into this contract. So you have to make sure you know who you're contracting with. Very important. So what are the steps to do that? So you do your diligence, right? You take the care that a reasonable person takes to avoid harm to their property. So there's some non-legal ways to do this. Google search, LinkedIn search. Try to get to know as much information about the potential opposing party as you can, right? Check references, check state websites. They say they're incorporated in California. I can't find the name of your business. I had a client recently, this wasn't a huge deal, but they had the wrong name of their business. I checked the California website. I said, there's no business. They said, oh, whoops, my business name is actually this. Okay, you want to make sure you're entering into the contract with the right party, because otherwise it becomes easier for them to just get out of Dodge, walk away, right? So there's some legal tools as well. So you can pull a good standing certificate. So that tells you basically a good standing certificate is that they don't have any tax liabilities with the state, that you avoid being in the situation where there's a tax lien that somehow could be precedent to your deal. And then there's also other legal tools. And you might have, if you've seen contracts, they have a long list of representations and warranties. And this is basically the person signing the contract or the company entering into the contract basically guarantees that all of these representations are true and correct as of the date that they're signing the contract. And you might have entered into a contract like this, and sometimes you'll have a disclosure schedule too, when if there's any exception to the representation and warranty, you carve it out so that everybody knows all the information. So that's one great legal tool. And usually they're representing that, the authorized person is signing. They're in good standing, et cetera, et cetera. Another thing that's kind of a legal tool, but more of a common sense tool, is what is the title of the person who's signing the contract? Generally, a president or CEO can bind the company. If that guy's president and CEO, he has the bio, president and CEO on the Google search that you did, fairly confident that person can bind the company on any type of contract. Same thing with secretary. Secretary is more of kind of like a legal construct, but they can generally bind the company. Treasurer, CFO can generally bind the company in more of a financial type of credit facility contract. You want to avoid a sales manager signing the contract. I mean, they potentially could, but you're not going to have that high level of confidence that the appropriate person is signing the contract if they're signing with the title sales manager, regional sales manager. That would give a red flag. So there's other legal tools that can also add confidence as well, that this to let you know that you're contracting with the proper party and that it will be a legally binding obligation. First of all, and this is a no-brainer, so I hate to even have to say it, a written contract is better than an oral contract. A lot of clients, business people enter into oral contracts. That basically goes into he said, she said. It doesn't get you anything. So in writing. And then as we talked before, you want to have the appropriate high-level office sign the contract. Then one step up, board resolutions or company action. If it's a high monetary transaction, you want to see those board resolutions that the board approves entering into this contract. Or if it's not, a corporation, then you want to see the LLC company action or some sort of company action that this transaction is approved. It will be a binding obligation. A step up from there is your officer certificate. So this is a certificate from an officer of the company saying that the board resolutions are true and correct. The representations and warranties that you've already had in the contract are true and correct, and that they're in good standing. So that's the next level up. The top level, which I don't see very much, although I just did one like 2 weeks ago, is a legal opinion. And this is what you need for your big, huge merger, acquisition, bet the company type of transaction. So this is entered into by counsel to the party entering into the transaction, and it basically certifies that they're validly existing, that they're in good standing, they have power to enter into the agreement, that they have due authorization, and then extras that the agreement is enforceable under law, that no government approvals are necessary, and depending on the type of the transaction, other legal opinions might be necessary, like this contract won't violate any other material contract of the company. So that is kind of your gold standard for building your confidence that this contract protects you more, basically. Do you need that level? No. You have to trust your gut as to, how important the contract is, how much, money it involves, how much confidence you require. Typically, with smaller value transactions, you could be comfortable. Well, I would say never comfortable with an oral contract. You could be comfortable with a written contract that is signed by the company's president or someone else, and you've Googled them and you know that they're a reputable contract, and you've done, a reasonable level of diligence, a reasonable level of care. So, yes.
Is an email confirmation any binding? Like say,
There is an e-signature act. It depends if you're doing. We can talk about that after because that's so specific. And we will, I think, have a few. Oh, I'm almost done. We'll have like 1 minute for questions. All right. So the number 5 is hire an attorney. So I just want to briefly discuss kind of like the decision tree on how to when you need to hire an attorney, because I get asked this question a lot of times. There's LegalZoom. There's all these other lawyer tools. So when should I hire an attorney? So just want to give you some thoughts to think about. You should think: is this something new that I've never done before? A new type of contract that I've never had an attorney review, and some, new business model where there might be a risk that I'm not anticipating. Then I really should run it by an attorney. If I'm entering into a contract where I have a form that has previously been reviewed by an attorney, and this is what I've done before, you probably don't need to hire an attorney at that point, unless other facts and circumstances have arisen that kind of, makes you want to take another look at your current contract processes. So you just really, and if it's really high stakes or high value, you probably also want to consult an attorney. But really, you just need to trust your gut to a certain extent. If you know the material, if you feel like you've had a form that an attorney has reviewed in the past that you feel comfortable with, you might not need to hire an attorney for that. I will tell you one thing, though. If the other party is represented by counsel, you need an attorney. An attorney might say, oh, well, I could be the attorney for the deal, which they are allowed to be. I will never be an attorney for the deal because I could never fully represent both clients at the same time. So you've got your 5 keys that we've talked about. And hopefully you've got some kernels that can jog your memory when you enter into your next contract, which are know what you own. So this is identifying your intellectual property, filing for any rights for protection if you need to, and using your proprietary information and invention assignment agreements, using your confidentialities and your NDAs to aggressively protect your IP. Then it's know what you're giving away. And this is bundle of sticks, Goldilocks. Those are your 2 key points there. And know what you're getting. Think broadly. Every term has value, not just the monetary payment. Clear, measurable, traceable for all those elements. And know who you're contracting with. I think the thought that just you have that in your mind to just double check who you're contracting with is really all you need for this bullet point. And then potentially hire an attorney. you have that decision tree that you can like walk through. Am I doing something new? Am I entering into a binding contract that's a high level? You know, just trust your gut, but you can kind of think through what am I unaware of potential risks and liabilities that this new line of business, this business model, or this contract could bring on that I need to kind of bounce off an attorney. And then I thought I was going to leave time for questions, and I'm sorry, that's exactly 30 minutes, but I had my
So, Catherine, round of applause.
Thank you.
Catherine is our small business law guru here in Serena Valley. She holds guru hours several times a month. You can check our calendar on that. But do visit with her if you like today. She'll be stepping outside to our guru tables out there. Lunch will be served in 1 hour at 12. We've got a nice big spread, so please stay for that. I do want to mention, if you're not a Hero Hub member, we do this all day, every day. This is just like all day we do this. We have all kinds of great content online, all kinds of opportunities to network. So do consider checking out our membership if you'd like. Michelle Monaco Baker is up next. She is our amazing member with marketing and PR expertise. Today she is going to be talking about how to connect purpose and profits. She's been a business owner for a very long time. Jody, can I have you slide in a little bit? If you're in the back, if you're staying, stay. If you're not, go ahead and head out, talk to your gurus, network.
I wasn't sure, so I didn't slide in.
Is there a plug around?
Yes.
I know my computer gets a little wonky, so that's why am I on camera? Close my charger for you. It works. Is it the right one? Just needed a little more. And I'm wondering if you'll have a bit.
I know, right?
Yeah, my computer gets like, yeah.
And I walked in with my cup. I'm ready for another one too.
Has a tendency just to shut off. Yeah. Mine does. You know, first when I need it, it's not starting.
Yep, it's right up on the board. Yep, let's start, ladies. So you need Wi-Fi, it's right on the board up there.
Thank you.
And then yeah. Oh, I know. So you escape out there. And just click that again.
When my computer that little like.
And while we're getting Michelle queued up, have you guys all met each other? Like, if you turn to your neighbor and say hello, introduce yourself.
Hi. Hello.
I'm awake, but I'm not looking.
Nice to meet you. Sorry to hear what you think,
I know. I think we were
Yeah.
Great grandparents came from us. Like, many years ago, but that's awesome.
What do you do?
I'm a paralegal. I do divorce coaching and legal document preparation. Death, divorce, and tax and difference, trust estates, estate planning, and divorce coaching. nice for me to be more
I see that. I know. Like everything like you've seen. All right. Good afternoon. I feel like it's still morning for me, but thanks for coming to Hera Hub. I am Michelle Moninger Baker of Model Communications, and today I just really want to give you what I call it like a head turner. You know, like the dog going, to think about marketing a little bit different way than what people traditionally think it as. So, from my background, I've been doing marketing for 25 years, and I've seen it all. I started off with the Rolling Stones, doing marketing and PR for them, and B-52s, Bowie, all that, which is really cool. But at the end of the day, as I work through, I had my own health issues the last few years, and just really step back at life, going, okay, really, what the heck matters? What do I care about? And one of the things I struggled with is having a voice in my life. I spent my career giving everybody else a voice, from celebrities to Fortune 500s to a lot of startups. And at the end of the day, I want something that matters to me. And so it's led me to really work with more purpose-driven companies and growing them from their roots and affecting change that way. And when I look at all the companies that I've made a bigger change with, it all started with that, really with their heart and their purpose and their passion. So today I really want to walk through and show you a model of how to think about your business in a slightly different way, from cultivating from your roots up. So the first thing I'm going to give you, sorry, I'm standing right in front of this. So I call this the rooted voice model. And what it is you can talk to my hand or you can look at the tree here, but we really start at our roots of who we are and some of us really are clear on this. Some of us are still discovering it, like what really matters to us. And I really encourage you, if you don't know, is to really think about this and think about what it means for yourself in life as well as business. Because when we align who we are in our side and carry our business, we just find a lot more alignment in life as a whole, and a lot more fulfillment. So there's a lot of different ways to find that, and I'll get into this in the next slide. But we start at our roots. We go up to the trunks. It's always a bottom-up approach. The trunk is where we get to our positioning. You can look at your product or your services, but it's how we position and talk about it from our roots, our vision and our mission, to our messaging and our stories. Our stories are what connect with each other from our heart. When we talk about, say, our kids or something that really matters to us, we connect a lot better. And, we're humans. It's relationship building and connecting. People buy from people, not from products or services. Then we get to the branches. And this is really a key difference that a lot of people don't think about from a business standpoint, is our branches are all the people that touch our business. So it could be our partners, it could be your customers, suppliers, investors, people that gave you grants, even your family and friends that really matter to making a difference in your business as a whole. And then at the bottom, I call it the leads. And this is where most people start with their marketing, is I have a business and now I need social media. Now I need a website. Now I need, press release. But they forget to get started at their roots. And so again, I encourage you to think of it, from the bottom up. So we'll go through and walk through a little bit of these processes. Again, this is a very high overview of how this works, and to follow a model like this. And I have some things at the end, takeaways to remind you, as well as some worksheets if you want it. I can send out to you for reminders. So to stand out, with your roots. So we all, have different business, but when you really come from your roots, you can stand out a lot stronger. Plus, if you look at trees, when you're rooted in who you are, they're stronger. Like an oak tree. You're standing, you're more stronger in who you are as a business and a person. So, and when you really get to what matters to your why, you can inject that into your business. And really, it aligns when you align your heart and your roots up above. It just brings more growth and long-term success. So let me get into a little bit more of the roots with your vision and your mission. So the first thing is starting with your why. And if you're still discovering more in that and what matters to you, there's different ways of going about it, but a couple of things outside to look at are Simon Sinek's your why. He's a great example of how to dive into it. There's Janet Atwood's The Passion Test. There's Strength Finders, and there's plenty of people, including myself, but people who go in depth with this here in Hera Hub that I encourage you to connect with, who will help you kind of personally go there. And I'll do it from a business standpoint, help you inject that story into your whole business. But your vision is really key. Your vision is more about where you're going, and what you aspire to be. Or your mission is more about your roadmap and the actions you're going to take. But the clearer that you are in these two areas, the more you can tell your story and align with others, and they get what you do. They say, okay, I understand who you are and what matters to you, and let's help you grow that way. A couple brands that have done that well, Apple, believe it or not, doesn't seem purpose-driven, but starting at the roots is Steve Jobs. He really had a passion for design and art and architecture. And, he was really into calligraphy in Zen ways. And so he injected that into the business from the product design to the way they communicate. And the whole thing is think differently. It's not, I got a product on a computer. It is, if you think of the whole brand, it is thinking differently. As well as Tom's. Tom's is another brand that's a shoe business. Are they, they're cute, but are they anything different or extraordinary than others? No. But they came from a purpose and a passion to give back to the community as they're selling shoes, which helps people connect a little bit more deeper with them and have a little bit more meaning. Let's stay on this side. So let's get to the core of your business. Now this is the positioning and the stories and the messaging. And so when you really, talk about who you are in your position, makes you unique, different from everybody else, it's not just, again, product. Think about purpose as you're telling your story in your position. And I could get into this. I could spend a lot of time on positioning and messaging, but you really want to focus on, what's unique, what do you do different, and again, what matters to you. And there's different techniques as far as telling that purpose-driven positioning that we can dive into further. We're happy to help you with. When it comes to messaging, you really want to distill that down to your top 3 to 5 messages. Because the clearer you are and the more simple it is, the more people understand what you do. You tell them 50 things that you do, it's going to get confusing. So when you align with who you are, you just want a few items, a few messages that say, okay, here's what I do, here's how we affect change, and here's what matters. And another key to this is your why needs to meet others' why. I always say your why needs to meet my why. So when you really connect with somebody, like right now we're all interested, our why is how do we grow our business? How do we be better business people, right? So my why is to help companies have more voice to do that. So bringing those whys together is really key. And again, from your heart, not just selling the product and here's, the greatest, fastest gizmo in the world. So, and then your stories, again, really are where it's impactful. So I had a brand called Life Proof that we worked with, and we launched from, ground up, from those roots. And the stories that mattered were, their whole business was around affecting, giving people a way to live their life their best. And we had one crazy story where a plane crashed and the guy was able to survive and, float in the water and show, call for help. And of course, we ended up getting on the Today Show and created a better relationship with Al Roker, which led to charity event work that led to creating affecting a bigger purpose than just a product. And again, that came back from the story that was like, oh, I get the value of this. But there's more heartfelt stories of, St. Jude's does a really good job at that with Molly Thomas. They brought in all kinds of celebrities to say, hey, here's our story. Here's where you can really connect. And they show that story through videos and commercials and in different ways. But it gets to the heart of, what matters. The branches. Now, this is really the key difference in working with companies and growing your brands is the power of partnership. So once you're really clear on what you do, I can't tell you the countless stories of how partners have helped us grow exponentially. And one of the companies that I've worked with is Clip, and this is just one example, it's iPhone lens, right? It's a product. Who cares, right? It's like I got an iPhone lens. But they're really about, creative options in your pocket, which didn't sound very purposeful, but much like Steve Jobs, the owner had a real passion for design and creating change and making impact. So some of the stories that came out of it were doctors in Uganda who were using these lenses to help find cataracts in patients because they couldn't afford the equipment. Or Cirque du Soleil, who was using it for the guide wires to make sure their performers were safe, so they didn't fall. They could use that. So those are just some of the cool stories. But what happened with the branches is pretty much when they started, they were a brand new company, no money. But I said, you need to do this charity event they had a lens for fisheye that's really cool for skateboarding. And I said, we need to do this charity event. And it supports cancer, and there's top skateboarders in the world. So I said, it's 2 day, right? And I did my negotiation, got him in the athletes lounge. I had GoPro and the competitors out in the rain, and we got into VIP because of relationships and the heart of what we were trying to do. And so we're in there for 4 hours in the pouring rain with all the top athletes in the world, including Tony Hawk. I can get that out. And so as we talked with Tony, he started seeing the heart and the passion that our company had. And it built a relationship where we supported a lot of his other charity work and supporting youth and getting them out, into the public and doing sports like skateboarding. But what matters here and what was really cool was because we had that embedded relationship with Tony, the CEO of Olaclip, we were nominating for or submitting him for Entrepreneur of the Year for the whole country, the Entrepreneur magazine, not the little regional one. And, he's an unknown guy. Nobody really knew who the CEO was. But we said, who do we have a great relationship and partnership with that could really help us tell the story and expand it? So we called Tony. And Tony put it out to his millions of followers, and Patrick won. And that's the power of partnerships. We were there for a purpose. And part of the Entrepreneur Award was so our brand can help further, expand their purpose and the work they were doing and helping people from around the world. And that's just one of many stories that I can go on about, just partnerships. And another company I work with, and these are all small companies, keep in mind. These aren't big global companies. This is companies, who are small and starting out. But another one is a healthcare organization. And I kept seeing, industry group that was speaking out and getting a lot of media attention. And I said, we both have the same mission. We really need to connect so we can tell a bigger story and help reach more people. So I put the two CEOs together, and within a short time, they're connected. And the next time there were stories in the media, they pulled my client in to start helping tell that story and expanding. Because again, my client was small, the other one had a bigger voice. So let's partner to create a bigger voice in the industry to help more people. So the next step really is looking at creating movements and programs, not product or not services. So when you think of programs and movements, you're looking at how to affect change versus just selling product or services. So again, as far as this, my other client, the healthcare company, I said, here's the group. Let's look at groups where we can partner with and create some programs and tell that story. So this weekend we have an event with the Boys and Girls Club. I said, let's partner with them and create, they're launching a new, mobile wellness unit, right? Well, okay, that's cool. The big bus and it goes around different places. I said, but how can we show this and really bring this to the community and help them show how we make a difference? So now we're bringing this mobile unit to unveil it to the public. So, my client, we need a story. We need to go back to our purpose and our passion. So we did that. We're partnered with the Boys and Girls Club. We're providing free kids services, healthcare, services and education. And the Boys and Girls Club now are promoting us. They're telling the story for us. We don't even have to do much. But we're still working together and putting out news and information for this. But again, that's the power of partnerships and doing something for a greater cause. So now this is where you get into the leads. This is all where everybody wants the tactics, right? Like, okay, now I'm ready for my story. But the key, like I said from the beginning, is starting from your roots, knowing who you are, creating that story and that positioning that helps you stand out, aligns with your roots, and creating the partnerships and programs. Now you can go and expand that story. So like I mentioned, this event this weekend, we're doing, we put out a press release. I'm going out to the media now with this story, but it's more heartful. It's not just, we got a service or a piece of equipment. And it's, we're doing social media and everything else, but it's connecting more people in a heartful way. Another person I'm working with, he's one of the top vocal coaches in the world. And this comes back to purpose and meaning. So I met with him last year, ran into him. And my heart was giving more voice to those who are changing the world. And this guy works with every major celebrity in the world. He works with Deepak and Tony Robbins and Alex Rodriguez and celebrities, you name it. But when I talked to him from my heart, he's like, maybe we can do something together. I mean, I felt like God was talking to me. Like this guy is, and, we connected, and now we've been, connected now for over a year, and we're using this model, because what he's done, he really wants to go out and create change with more people. Like, he's got his celebrity niche, but he's like, I want to leave a legacy. I had this body of work that is so different than anybody else does. That how do we affect change? So now we're building a legacy, not just a service and stuff. And we're using programs starting with the youth, and we're partnered with schools and different groups, and people are coming to us going, oh my God, I love this. What can we do to help you? And so we're getting support without even trying. And then we're using celebrities like Dwayne Wade and stuff to come in and help support this. But again, you don't need to be a big company. You just have to have a big vision, a big heart, and really start talking about your story of what matters and how you can connect with people to make a difference. And then you get into the promotion. It's like, because he's like, get me on Oprah. I'm like, I'm not getting on Oprah right now. It's like, let's go back to your purpose and passion and create this. And he's like, wow, this is so different than anybody else has shared with me. And it seems simple to me because I've been doing so long, but it is just that, got to think about business a little bit differently. So, and at the end of the day, we all are based on communication, relationship, and connection. So even though you maybe have gotten this event in a program, the real key is cultivating and nurturing relationships from your roots. So just because you have one, event or activity, it doesn't. It goes back to cultivating relationships and what matters. Another company, just as an example, is another nonprofit healthcare group. And I was connected to them again from my own health challenge and what means to me. And so it's a group of people, patients who have struggled with having a voice in the healthcare industry. We've gone through our whole health journey, can't get the help we need. Doctors and people are like, whatever, they don't believe you. So we are, creating this bunch of business people around the country. We're saying we want to make a difference. And so we've come together as a nonprofit to, have a voice for patients and create programs and movements to help bring that together. And so through that effort, I said, we needed certain products to bring within this and programs. So I said, we really need a platform for helping people manage their voice and their health and stuff. So through my own research and connections and telling this story, I went on and ended up through Clubhouse. I told this story early on, like 6-7 months ago before Clubhouse took off. I said, this is where people are I need to talk with. Connected them, told my story. They're like, you need to reach this, and this person. So, that person connected to another one. Long and behold, and I had a real vision of what I wanted. That was key. Here's my roots. I'm really clear on what we want. Connected us with this person in New York who is, I can't even explain, just incredible. And he's created this platform that they're using all over the world, like in Africa and India and stuff. And we want to bring it to the U.S. But this guy is asked by the Biden administration to be on his, program to lead his healthcare organization. But end of the day, he's like, how can we affect change here in the U.S.? And he turned the Biden administration down because he wants to affect patient change, not healthcare change. And so now we're partnered together. And we're creating this incredible partnership and platform to make change here in the U.S. around patients. Again, who am I? Who knows? But it's like, he doesn't know me. But I'm bringing these incredible minds together. And that's the power of purpose and passion towards growing the business. So just, I call it the Rita model, 7 takeaways to remember. First, remember to start from your roots. Second, see the forest through the trees. Again, this is the leaves, we're all right in the leaves. Look at the big picture of really what you're trying to make a difference with. 3, get to the core of who you are, the positioning, your messaging, and stories. 4, branch out with partners. 5, create movements and programs with them or, in support of them. 6, expand your reach with your promotions in the leads. And then 7, cultivate and nurture your relationships rooted in your purpose to grow into profit. I have some handouts and sheets I can send you that talk about this. There's a little checklist I have, an assessment that says, asks you on a scale of 1 to 5, clarity assessment. It says, where are you in these areas? So you can say, I'm really clear on my passion, my purpose, but not in my programs, or not clear on my purpose. But so then it helps you identify where you need to strengthen and where you need to come in and work on that a little bit more. And happy to, take 15 minutes. You can call me, email me, and just kind of go over that with you and share, any information and guidance I can provide for you. Because at the end of the day, I work with all kinds of companies, but by the end of the day, I want everybody here to think differently about their business and come with their heart and passion, versus their products and services.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you guys can email me, call me, text me. That signal's gonna be.
So can you put the last slide up real quick? I didn't get number 6 or 7.
Sure, and I'm happy to send this out as well for people who want it. And anybody have questions while we're here? Like, what?
I have one question.
Sure.
When you try to clarify your vision, do you have a procedure to crystallize?
Yeah, it's a little bit more involved, but yeah, I think the vision is, again, goes back to your roots and your why, and that's where like Simon Sinek's helps as far as getting into it. Is, for example, with that the one company nonprofit, Precision Healthcare, where we're trying to affect patient change. It was quite a process. It took some time, months of collaboration. But it really came down to, we're trying to create a more patient population. So it's not it's more of a healing effort. So think about what kind of change. Like I always say, your BHAG. What's your big, hairy, audacious goal? What end of the day matters? Like what kind of change do you want to create? So thinking about change and movements versus I gotta, talk about finance or whatever. Are you trying to help, say, women, empower them and make a difference and, be more self-sufficient, like if you're a finance person. So just think about that end of it and what your end result is, what kind of outcome you want to have to make a difference, with the people you work with or in the world. And then the mission would be the actions, like we're going to provide these kinds of services and these tools and stuff and these actions, we're going to partner with these people to create these kinds of things. And I'm happy to share some more information offline. Anybody else that has questions? Well, thanks for your time, and it's been great to connect with all of you.
Thank you so much.
Ladies, next up, and right before we get to lunch, we have the incredible Catherine Evans. She is going to be talking about LinkedIn. We're specifically reaching your prospects through LinkedIn messaging. So if you have a B2B business, times 3, Catherine
Thank you so much.
She has a company called Social Selling Agency. She knows everything about using social, including
Thank you
LinkedIn.
so much.
So,
I'm gonna be
and Catherine, you're on live right there. On laptop, see it right there.
I'm Jill.
It's live streaming on YouTube and Facebook right now. So yes, that was
Years ago.
Right? So I'm talking about my stuff. So
please, if any questions before we dive into the next session, and remember, you can get up, move around, like, make yourself at home. We've got our gurus out there, and then 30 minutes lunch. And if you need, I'm bringing some cold water here in a second, and then I have soda water right outside the door. Yeah, come on.
I need water.
I did my handout as a QR code because I wanted to be like a restaurant.
I love it.
So I didn't know it was not. It's a Google Doc, so you can copy it and then take notes on the doc or whatever you want to do.
I love
So
it.
fair.
So I was just gonna say that. So much tech. I love it.
Elevated.
This is my life goals here.
I'm gonna get water. know I did it once. I don't remember. Oh, was that? Oh, that's right. It was that simple. That's right. It's so special.
I know they keep changing it.
And so young. There we go. Yeah. I feel so.
So I feel like
I need to have a teenager.
Okay, before we get started, you guys need to move, stretch, potty break, any, yeah. And also, I want everybody to pull up their LinkedIn profile or their LinkedIn
Lord.
app. It's a prereq to be in this talk. If you don't have LinkedIn, we're gonna have to talk. And then at the very top on your mobile app, everybody click on the 4 squares to the far right so that you can bring your QR code up. And then make sure everybody in here is connected. You can scan.
I actually don't have the app.
You don't have the app? Oh my gosh.
I know.
We're waiting.
I don't.
30 seconds to download it. Everybody have
App phobic.
it? Now, I've probably already hit my connection. Yeah. Okay, here's my code. You can scan it.
Well, how did you do it again?
Go to your picture. Yeah, right there.
Oh.
So we just scan each other.
Yeah, scan your codes so that you can. Look, my phone's not.
Did that work?
Yeah,
Okay.
here's mine. See if you can scan it. My camera's not.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
And then you can also over here send me a connection request.
Perfect. Okay.
Again.
Oh, did I unfollow?
Yeah.
Oh, I was already following you apparently.
Let's try. Can I try yours?
Yes.
When you guys are done?
Yeah.
Because I usually just take a picture of QR codes, right?
Yeah. Just here. Let me see.
Yeah.
Just standing here.
Oh,
Yeah.
There we go. There I am, and then just follow, and then just connect.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yay.
Perfect. And then it should.
Oh yeah, there I am. The little 4 things.
and then the other thing we're
Got
gonna
it.
do.
Perfect. Easy.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. We're live. I just want to make sure everybody saw
Oh, it's so fancy.
on your phone
Except
to
I can't
click
find
the
it.
top
Look at the camera.
and bring up your code so that you can scan people.
Yeah, then I get mine. Hold on.
That's what we're
Okay. So you go back.
Actually, no. Once you, I think you just request.
Oh, I think so.
I should go there and listen.
I don't even know. I think so.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, how to get to the code?
Oh, see, I don't have.
Oh, there. Wait.
You do.
And let me try again.
You have
I thought I did.
Yes.
Oh, pending. Yeah. So it'll connect. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, and if you don't have it, if your app isn't updated, you also won't see the stories across the
Oh,
top.
perfect.
So you need to make sure that you have the latest updates so that you can see
Well,
stories.
you're fancy. I don't know how
Can
you
you
did
also
that.
share with other people?
I just hit some buttons.
Okay.
Yes,
Oh, I see it.
Just share your code.
Okay, here we go.
Just click on share your code.
Yeah.
People.
AirDrop. Here we go.
Done. I'm so
I'm gonna
fancy.
airdrop y'all.
Look how high tech I am.
So I think it's easy.
Fancy girl.
But then I have to put
But
it
then
on my
some-
computer to
yeah.
scan it.
Yeah, and then some people are not.
Okay, now what do I do with this?
that you sent.
I have no idea.
Yeah, now you
That's what you sent me
Yeah,
too.
now you have to email it to yourself and then scan it.
Oh my God, it's complicated.
Oh wow. Yeah, let me just see your phone. Let me do this.
This is where I don't usually
No, just see your phone. Too. Forget all that. That's too many steps.
Are we ready? Okay, so
Okay.
while you guys
Thank
are
you.
doing that, I have an intro exercise that is, because the name of the topic, right, I changed it. It's the anti-nausea networking plan. Because
I like
what
it.
everybody does is they throw up in my inbox, right? So this is the anti-nausea networking plan. And one thing I want you to remember, and like everybody is so excited, right? This is our first in-person event. This is my first in-person event since COVID, so we're all super excited. So we might have forgotten a little bit about how to be social. We don't want to just go, oh, we have to wear masks again. Is it masks or is it not masks? Like, we're beyond the mask, we're beyond the COVID, we're beyond the did you get vaccinated, did you not get vaccinated? We're beyond, like, we're back to let's be real people.
Yes.
And so I put here this is an intro exercise. So I'd like you to be able to chat with someone you really don't know for we'll take just a couple minutes. But these are also, well, after we do it, then I'll tell you what else you can do with this content. All right. So if you guys could get up, chat with somebody, look at these questions as prompts, and remember that when you're networking, what are some of the first things you say to people when you meet them? Right? What do you say? So these are some questions to just like give you some fun tips about networking. So we're only going to do it for just a couple minutes, but right now, look at your sheet. Go get up, talk to somebody. Remember what it's like to
I'm
network.
already messing up on the
That's right. It's a QR code. Just
Oh, I did.
It's hard with the
Sorry.
Let me show this, you guys. If you want to scan that, I don't know how you can, but you can get the handout through the QR code.
I like this one. What coffee do you drink in your life?
Let's look at that one. 'Cause I can't see
I know.
it. Let's just- Let's go old school.
I know I literally learned to use this like 4 or 5 months ago. The QR
Right?
code.
I know. I sit at the restaurant all the time. I'm like, oh wait, I have to do that.
Exactly.
I can't see it.
Okay, so this is like our elevator pitch and not start off with this is what I do, but rather like story.
No world. Yeah. You don't have to look at this. It's just, just what do you say to people when you first meet?
Well,
I'm Jody.
Jody, what do you do?
I'm the document preparation, that divorce and taxes is my background. I have a divorce coaching business. What do you do?
I'm Sylvia, and I work with students and families and guide them through the admission process. 30 years ago, when I was going through the process myself, I didn't have any help. My parents, I'm a first-gen college-bound student, so now I help students simplify the process and meet the family's needs for academic, social, and financial needs.
I do the same thing with divorce. You do the exact same with divorce. Keep it simple. That's it. That's exactly what I do.
So see, like, okay, so these are kind of like to get us thinking like what
To get us, what is the reason you get up in the morning?
That's a good one. That's a good one. What do you get up in the morning?
I don't know sometimes. That's a good question. I don't know.
Well, on the mornings that I go to the gym, I get up to like feel like I can accomplish something right off the bat, so it's a good productive. And when I'm at the gym, I actually enjoy it. I feel strong. I feel like I'm pushing myself, even though I'm not like on a coach.
Same. I agree. My purpose is I get up, I have I focus on my business, get my stuff together, and then I like to go at some point during the day to the gym. And keep together. I try to go in the mornings.
Great, let's pull it back in.
I have more energy for some reason. I don't really understand. Yeah. So I tried that and it didn't work. I do like to sometimes I'll stop and do like little stretches or something because it sits so long.
For me, it was definitely the time that I could carve out me for myself. I don't take my kids to the gym. I don't take my dog to the gym.
Yeah,
I don't take my
that's it. I don't want to go with anybody. I just want to go
Let's get back.
When you want to get somebody's attention, whistle. All right. So the reason I wanted you to do that is we often forget on a social networking platform what it's like to talk to somebody. Immediately you get a message in your inbox that throws up and says, elevator pitch. Like, what is that going to do for a person on LinkedIn? You're building a networking, you're building a community. You want to ask an engaging question that gets them to respond, right? Something like really cool. Like, why did you wake up this morning and put your 2 feet on the bed or on the floor? Like, if you got that in your inbox, would you think the person's crazy? Or would you maybe respond to it because it was unique instead of them throwing up their elevator pitch to you, right? And then the other thing with these questions, you guys can think about these as engagement questions for your social media posts. Because you could just put it on a colorful, branded slide and post it and see what kind of engagement you get with the people. Or they might DM you the message, the answer, because they don't want it to be public. It's really crazy to see how people interact with you, but you got to be on top of it and make sure that you're liking, commenting, and engaging with any of the answers that come through. So that lesson was just an icebreaker to let you know and to remind you that we're on LinkedIn to build connections and to network with people digitally, just like you would talk to them in person. Right? You're not throwing up. You're not saying, oh, hi, thanks for connecting with me. Here's my calendar link. Let's catch a virtual latte. How many of you have said that and how many of you see that? Right? Everyone. I don't even drink lattes. I'm a matcha green tea drinker, right? So I could say, I'm drinking my matcha green tea and I'm thinking about how cool your profile looks. And I read that you were the captain of your rowing team. How cool is that? I don't think I've ever met somebody that was a captain of a rowing team. Like, that's going to get me to respond to that person, right? All right. So what I have next are just some maybe unique things you haven't thought about to get you out of your comfort zone to build a community on LinkedIn. We're not going to talk about groups because groups have kind of failed on LinkedIn. Groups are super good, in my professional opinion, on Facebook. But there's actually groups you can build in direct messaging chats. And so here's some ideas to build those communities through chats. So offer an introduction to ask for one if it makes sense. So it's so tiny. This is an actual messaging strategy that I have going on right now on LinkedIn that is so successful that it's so overwhelming. I have like 1,000 messages in my inbox, and it's super simple. I can't read it, but it says something like this. It says, "Hi, whoever the person is. As you may know, I have a live stream or a live show called The Art of Inspired Selling. I have met some pretty awesome people. Please let me know if I can introduce you to any of my previous guests." Okay, so think about that for a second. What is that going to make them do?
Contact you.
It's going to make them go look at my show. Like, ooh, who did she interview? So number one, you're driving traffic to your show, right? That was the strategy behind that. Number two, I have had 57 amazing guests on my show. That is a whole nother topic, right? It's called a collaboration funnel that I use on my show. But I have met movie producers, actors, the founder of BNI, like some people that are so amazing. I have my own like imposter syndrome. Like, why do they want to get to know me?
Right.
But I can now talk to this person and find out what makes them super cool. And then I can make an introduction to them or to their assistant and let it go from there. But they all of a sudden hacked all these people to get to the front of the line to talk to some famous people, right? I thought they were cool enough to have on my show, so I would be more than happy to introduce them as long as the person isn't a weirdo, right? But that also gets you FaceTime with that person to determine if they're worthy of an introduction. Then the second thing I said, I gave 2 values in this message. I said, I can't read it again. It says something like, if you have any content that you've published, you guys are all a part of the Hera Hub Amplification Pod. Maybe that will help. You guys are part of the Amplification Pod? All right, so you need to do that too. Put that as a do note. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up my thing so I can actually see it. All right. All right, it says, also, if you have published content you'd like me to share with my network of 10,000 plus followers, I'd be happy to discuss it with you. I love to promote my network. Value bomb number 2. So I have an assistant. I have more than one assistant that helps me with LinkedIn. But I go, just like, who has a successful Facebook group in here? I know Sarah does. Anybody else have
closed it.
Okay.
So don't get me started.
Anybody else have a successful Facebook group or you're in one where they say, welcome to our new members, and they tag you and it gets your attention? All right. So they tag you and that's your 30 seconds of fame, right? Where you can say what you do and who you are. So I do that as well on LinkedIn. I have a Welcome Wednesday where I take my most recent connections and I tag them and I say, welcome to my network. So that the people that actually engage with that, I go back to their LinkedIn profile, and that's when I really look to the granular level about something interesting. And if I find that they're really interesting, like maybe they just had a book, I go to Amazon, I find their book, I read the intro to the book, which is free to read. I get the Amazon link, I put it on my LinkedIn post, and I say, oh my gosh, Ariel, my new connection on LinkedIn, just published this book on Amazon. It's so cool. Give an opinion about it, and then say the link is in the first comment below if you'd like to go read her book. So if somebody promoted your book, somebody promoted your course, if somebody promoted your painting event that's coming up without you even asking, won't you want to go reach out to that person? So I've done that, and I've tagged the author, and then their audience got involved in the post. Oh my gosh, I didn't know you wrote a book. Oh, I'm so proud of you. And then the author's like sending me all these messages. You're the bomb. I can't believe you did that. Thank you so much, right? So now he's going to be a guest on my show as well. So those are just really unique, stand out from the crowd ideas, authentic, for how you can create micro community, micro relationships online with people that you don't know, that you want to get to know. That's the idea. Let's go to another one, which is what I just said, where create a group chat or conversation. So you can ask relevant questions. Let's say Sarah she has an event coming up, and she might have 10 targeted people that she really wants to come to the event. And so maybe she creates this group chat with them and talks about one of the speakers, like me, that's going to speak, but say, did you notice this message that this person had? Or you start talking about the event as value that it's going to give to the audience. Or maybe you saw that they're a passionate wine drinker. I'm a wine drinker, right? Maybe you went to the wine country and you go, oh my gosh, I saw you are a passionate wine drinker because we met at the Hera Hub wine tasting event. I just tasted this really good wine and I thought you guys should hear about it, or there's something coming up. Like you can create just a little micro community around a like-minded subject that you know that they're going to engage about because you're not selling, you're not spamming, you're talking about something that they're passionate about. So these were ideas. Ask relevant questions, brainstorm. Like people always want to change CRMs, right? So you could say, I'm thinking about Pipedrive, but I've been using Zoho, and I don't know if you're using a CRM. I created this chat to see if anybody had any ideas around the CRMs. Boom. Everybody's going to start talking about the subject. So that's brainstorming. Mastermind. Say, okay, I'm working on this business problem. Let people know that you actually have problems, because guess what? We all do. So I'm having this problem. I hired a VA. True story. Hired a VA. He's helping me on LinkedIn, and he's duplicating messages. And people think it's automation, but it's not, right? How would you, other than that, this guy is hands down freaking awesome. Sets 20 appointments a month for me through my LinkedIn, right? So I don't want to fire him, but I want to coach him. So you could say, help me, what would you do in this situation, right? Another vulnerable moment where you're creating some sort of conversation with your person. Alumni, we're all women, maybe we still like sports, and you want to talk about sports, or, past clients. You might have a little pod of past clients that you want to talk about that all had the similar problem, and you want to introduce them. Membership group, like our Hera Hub Amplification Pod, or I have another one, the National Association of Women Sales Professionals. We have a pod where we talk about things. So people within other groups, maybe you're in a Facebook group for a coaching event, and you want to get a little separate group going. Well, maybe you could do that on LinkedIn. Passion projects, a church event, or saving the whales, or whatever you want to do. People you met at an event, so something like this, you could start a little chat on LinkedIn. And then the amplification pod. So Felina can tell you how to get into our LinkedIn amplification pod. It helps eyeballs get on your content, which needs to happen within the first 2 hours of posting your content. So the algorithm will pick it up and push it out to all the people that you're connected to. Are people following the hashtags that you put in the post? So did those give you guys ideas about ways that you can engage that's not throwing up in an inbox with somebody? Okay, let's go to the third one. Plan, and I have 10 minutes. Plan a messaging funnel strategy. So everything I do is strategic. So I have written a book. This is not a promo for a book, but my book. But I've written an online book that has strategies about messaging strategy. So I just gave you this first one, right? About that value strategy, about how to get people's eyeballs on your live show or podcast or whatever, how to get people to engage with me. So whatever message I write has a strategy associated with it. So here's some examples of message strategies, which is the cold lead warm-up. So people get my first message, and then they get a second message, which is a video of me talking about what I do. So I just say to them, thank you so much for connecting with me. Now there's 7.1 million people on LinkedIn, and you chose to connect with me. And for that, I'm grateful. What you can expect from connecting with me is valuable information on social selling and strategies for content online. I look forward to talking with you. That's it, right? You're not really doing an elevator pitch. You're not trying to sell anything. You're graciously thanking them. You create the video. You put it on a YouTube, unlisted, and you have it in your messaging strategy, and you paste that video, and then the thumbnail shows up on the video. And make sure that if you do a video, you capture it where you're waiting, right? Because those videos have a higher open rate. If you capture that thumbnail where you're actually like doing something that's authentic, other than like you're going to sell something to them. So that would be a cold lead warm up funnel because you're warming them up by graciously giving them some value in a video. The appointment funnel is you just saw an example of that, right? So if your strategy is you're using either LinkedIn Sales Navigator or LinkedIn Regular, and you build a lead list, which we all should do, right? We want to know who we're working for. We want to know who we're going after. You're strategically using LinkedIn. So create something like I just showed you, some sort of a value message that gets them to want to set an appointment up with you that has nothing to do with what you sell. That's what I call collaboration, right? I have a PhD in that subject, you can say. I'd love to, I noticed you're interested in the same thing. I'd love to talk about whatever. Something that's related but not related, right? It's not a manipulation. It's truly getting on the phone with someone and having a conversation with them, right? The icebreaker conversation. You're going to network around a similar topic, and they don't feel like you're being sold. Case in point, on my drive here, there's a woman that she has a syndicated podcast. She's on TV, and I ended up asking her to be on my live show, and now she's thinking about switching. I stream my show on Restream, so now she's calling me with that. Can I pick your brain? And that was just out of giving value, offering her to come on my show to provide value to my audience, but now she's coming to me as the subject matter expert for live shows, and I'm not, but obviously I am, right? So then I just threw down all kinds of ideas while I was driving, and then at the very end, I said, oh, didn't you know that's what my agency does? Could you email me your package and pricing? That's how it happens. So that's my sales technique. I lead with value, I lead with collaboration, I lead with how can I make this person look better, and then it boomerangs back to you, right? Right, the permission method funnel. So I have on my website, you can download, like, I took all of the messages that people had been sending to me that I really liked, like connection messages or other messages, and I created a swipe file for it. And you can download that for free on my website. But let's say that I was going to create a permission method funnel which said, hey, maybe somebody sent a really shitty message. It was they threw up, right, in my inbox. And I said, hey, did you know that I actually have a book about engaging in messages? I'm ungated. Here's a link to my top messages that I've received through DMs on LinkedIn. Just share. Can I share it with you? Don't give them the link yet. Can I share it with you? That's the permission asking. And then they come back and they say, yes. Or if they give you an emoji back, you're like, well, I love emojis. I don't speak emoji. What does that mean? Can I share it with you? You want them to give you their first yes. Yes, please share it with me. Ungated. Do not start gating stuff. You guys know what gated means, right? Don't ask them for their email address. Just share that information. Because we're just in the awareness building stage of the buyer's journey, and we're not yet asking them for anything else because you already got their permission to connect. Now you've got their permission to share the information. So you're building value and creating awareness. You can start to convert them on another stage, but you're just in that value awareness stage. So you can't yet ask to sell anything. So that would be the permission method funnel. All right. Then I'm going to wrap with what not to do. And I'm sure everybody has their own swipe file about what not to do. So you can see this is 12-point font on an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. And this is a message that this person gave me after I connected with them. None of the nice, fluffy stuff I just talked about, right? He went straight to, hey, we help professional consultants, coaches, and speakers become best-selling authors with my 100% done for you service, right? And then he just keeps going on about him, about how cool he is. We've worked with hundreds of professionals generating 58 million in sales. The best part is we have market, and he just keeps going. And then, how's your calendar look? Here's my calendar to book a call. Like another one of those, let's have a virtual latte and talk about how I'm gonna sell something to you. You don't want to do that at all. That's not how you get it. And he just keeps going on. Only $9 a month. Right? And then here's the second one. This was the header. Guaranteed sales-ready leads to help you scale or maintain at uncertain times. Okay, first of all, that's my business. All right? I help people learn how to build a lead list on LinkedIn. So now this person didn't read anything about me, but they just threw a message that said, hey, do you want to get leads on LinkedIn? And then he just keeps going on. He's talking about who he is and where he did and who he's helped and he'd like to learn more. I'd like to learn more about your business goals to see if they're fit, right? I'm not, Also, what 3 problems do you solve? No, we don't say that in our first messages, right? You look at it and then you think about how you can reword it. Like, oh my gosh, I was just talking to Ariel, a connection of mine, who said she has a problem with X. I'm looking for someone I can introduce her to. Would you be open to that? Yes. Okay, let me get on a call with you so I can make sure that I can literally say I vetted you before I introduce you. Boom, now you have an appointment. So the collaboration method where you're giving, you're looking, you're trying to connect them with somebody. And then when that conversation happens, they say, how can I help you? Who's your target market? Who in my network can I think of? And you got to be ready for that quick. Like you have to have your target market nailed quick. I help service-based entrepreneurs learn how to become visible and have more sales conversations on LinkedIn. Boom. Just quick, not a long one, really, really cool, really casual. And that's it, 12 o'clock right on time. I'm not a guru, but my calendar's open. If you want to get time on my calendar, I'd be more than happy to talk to you guys. Whatever I can do, you can download that. I don't even have a messaging sequence. So if you download a piece of my book for free, you're not going to get emails from me. It's coming, but right now you're not going to get it. That's where my hiccup is right now, is creating enough email stuff to get going. I show up on DMs. So thanks so much. Any questions before we wrap? Anybody have a question? Okay, great. How do we yeah. Perfect. Oh, there. Okay, got it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, Anyway, Jody, you inspired me. Last week, my business card, I didn't have one. I was like, girl.
You're awesome. You know, I didn't take my own because I have to go get more.
And I was gonna pick them through like premium on FedEx, and I was like, I'm gonna get them Wednesday. I can't get them freaking.
Right?
I need to get them on Wednesday.
I love it. That's awesome. Well, I'm glad.
Great to see you.
Nice to meet you. Good to meet you. I'm sure I'll see you again. Now we're hooked up on
We are actually having lunch. It is a make your own sandwich bar, and it's outside, so we are ready to make your own lunch.
Thank you. I'm gonna teach her.
Right? I did Latin music, but now it's more contemporary music. And it's kind of funny with the whole COVID. I staying home and not doing anything. And I'm like, it gave me a chance to kind of just really think about what I'd like to do, what I'd love to do. You know, it's like I really have more fun to do this. I
I get paid better doing this, but I'm really kind of burnt out and I want to do this. And then I've been having health issues where I've been getting all late, so it's like, really, I can do this anyway. So let me think about Yeah, I did my last wedding in February of 2019. It was actually the last day of my wedding. My last wedding. Yeah. And my assistant photographer was so sick the night before she called me. She had COVID before it came out. And she's like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm like, I can't breathe. I don't know. And I'm like, and she's never sick. So I wasn't really thinking about, I was just like, I got to find a second. On my list, everybody's booked. I'm like, it was just very stressful. But yeah, after that, it was just, you know, I love weddings. I love the families. I love the people. It's fun. There's always the negative stuff of it. Yeah, and it's never had a Bridezilla. I've been lucky. I worked as a second shooter for another firm who had a Bridezilla, so I don't consider her mine. Okay. Because like I would not book with her because I always meet ahead of time. Yeah. I want to make sure we are good fit. Yeah. Because I'm going to be in your face all day. Right. You know. But anyway, so what do you do?
I am a client engineer and I'm starting to play.
Damn, that's awesome! How fun, exciting! That is really cool.
And it's like very new though, so I'm like,
I love that. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to follow you for that. Okay, yeah, like, totally get on that. Yeah.
I don't even have any cards.
It's totally fine.
I know.
I'll give you one.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
And then I'm debating if I need to get new cards because of the photos on the back. I'm like, I don't do weddings anymore, but I might just keep using them until I run out.
Nice. Ooh, fancy. I love these cards. Is this from you or
no? This is from Got Print.
Oh,
Way
so nice.
cheaper, and they're in California.
It's called Got Print.
It's Got Print or Print.
Got Print. Okay, I'm gonna make a note of
It's in
that.
LA.
Cool. Okay.
So
I need to.
GOTPRINT.
Okay.
I think it's Print or Print. Here again. It's a tier.
I gotta get Print.
It's really good. I even have these.
These are really nice.
They were like super inexpensive. Like, but then when I decided I'm gonna get new cards, like business cards, fraternity. Yeah. That's
Beautiful. Okay, I might need to hire you.
I love her. She's one of my favorites. But her son was there and he was the devil.
Oh,
Yeah. I was like, you just tell me to shut up.
Oh, like he wasn't. I thought it was like
No, not this.
Yeah.
This is her daughter in her stomach. Her son was there because she didn't have a babysitter. And I'm like,
Oh, so you didn't do like a photo with him, like his like family?
No. We were just, because, so Orange County has this new rule for photographers. You have to be certain areas, you have to have a permit. I'm not about, I go every corner I can cut and not spend money, that's me. I'm cheap as can be. And I told her, if you don't mind getting up super early, in the morning, like sunrise early. She goes, no, that's totally fine. I said, I know no one's going to be out there giving me a citation. Perfect. And besides, and I go, just pretend you're my sister-in-law, just in case, you know.
So you live like up there, or were you just like there?
No, I live in Temecula, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm Temecula. Yeah. It's so funny that I got more business when I moved away from Orange County. I got more business going back to Orange County. I was like,
that's so funny.
I'm like, I'm like, get it. I'm getting one of those the fast track passes. This is bullshit.
Yeah.
But
you're the hair husband.
I'm pretty new, like maybe 3 months.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
This is my second month.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So and Alicia. Yeah, she oh, that's her.
I got it.
That's her. Yeah, she done.
I've seen her picture on the Facebook group, so I haven't.
Oh, yeah. There's so many people and there's so many awesome things they do. I'm like, oh,
I know.
I'm overwhelmed.
It's overwhelming.
I haven't even met everybody from art. She is. She is. I didn't know. So we were gonna, I guess, have a meeting like 3 months in. I guess they do it when you first start here to kind of just go over where you're at in your business, what you can help with.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is why I love America because they're so supportive and so helpful.
Yeah.
And for so many years, I was with the wrong type of people, and it was really, you know, I'm just a true believer that there is more than enough weddings out there for all photographers to go. We aren't competing against each other. We have different styles, different personalities. But I just
Finding your.
it was for years. I'm like, God, why didn't I find them 10 years ago?
Oh, I know.
I freaking love it here. But yeah, for sure.
And this is awesome. I love it. Like so far, I'm loving everything. I know they're like, but I also want to listen to all.
I know, that's what I want to do.
So I'm like, which one do I skip? I don't even
to
know.
leave my bed so I can go back and sit.
No, I might do that too. Actually.
Maybe my notes. No, I'm gonna carry it. I'm leaving the whole thing. I don't want to carry it.
I'll put it in the corner.
I'm putting mine on my chair. I'm putting mine. Because I'm gonna come back and eat. So this one is your hub? Yeah. Do you guys have the water? Is it also alkaline? Oh, really? I have one of those. Oh, right.
How are you? Huh? Oh, thank you. I need it. Thank you. I do, yes. Thank you. Yeah. It always makes you stand out.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Anyway, when you're ready, so
Oh, good. This meeting. Great. It really is. Me too. I want to share some flash. August. Almost, yeah. Where are we? I know. Where am I? Right. Yesterday. I have no idea. I'm like, why didn't go play that one half the time? So I guess it's been, I want to say it was probably about August. It was in 2020. Oh. So last year. That's all like a big blur. So yeah, she has always should come to my door. She was wedding. Right. Yeah, it's better. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's so funny. It's such a big small town. Yeah, she plays softball. She plays softball. She went to Lexington this year. She was on. Yeah. second senior year. One of the best decisions she made, but she's trying to get it. I probably do. If I say last name. Okay, probably at some point. Because this is small community. I'm sure. As a matter of fact, Mary Smith, went to high school with my daughter. They knew each other growing up. Wow, it was so funny. So it was kind of cool, she's doing her thing. She's doing well. It's a big small town. Hi.
Yes, exactly. It's like, I'm gonna head back in. That's an option.
Oh, there's a few of them that happen. Yeah. I know. Well, you're on the show right now, right? Yeah.
Sorry. I'm hungry.
Same.
Jody and Heather.
Oh, okay. I love that.
Oh, okay.
I love it.
How's that there, right? They're all beautiful.
They're all there. I've never been to any other one.
Oh, yeah.
This is cool. I work out of my house. Well, probably what everybody does. And now it's so funny. I love it.
White. And I had a battle to decorate my own space. And I'm like, dude, you want me to come in here and make 8 hours a day? I am going to decorate this office. I need plants. I need more.
That's it.
And I realized, you know what? I need to
What do you do? Oh, that's cool. I want to hear what else I say. It sounds like a lot. My background is like trust the state.
I have friends.
Yeah.
No offense, but they're help with that.
Not my company, but yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm like, damn, they're talking. Right into that.
We'll have to create contact information after the meeting.
Oh, I know. Well, it was in the wrong position. Oh, so it was not comfortable. I tried to see okay, that's it. You said this or we Nice to meet you. Normally while I rub, starting.
So I represent licensed professionals that are administrative disciplinary studies, doctors, teachers, anyone except parents. I don't want to get called up and go in front of this. I don't put myself on the radar in the state bar. But isn't it? I am. Yeah. Well, I've been called the bank for 12 years.
My eyes are bigger than my stomach.
I'm already full of yes, I should say it.
I was farming.
But it was really hard. I was out on my own.
I've been trying to train myself to eat every 3 hours. Like small stuff.
Yeah. Smart. And then are you getting off for, 30-second hearing in front of the judge? I'm like, what are you doing?
You know, it's working for like, you can't even say anything.
Yeah. I know, all this time, commuting or
They're eating the right stuff, and it's actually like protein and healthy.
So
It's got fiber. Yeah, you feel up really quick. And then
it's still not bad.
Yeah.
It's still
I'm trying to retrain myself, so I don't have to have one of those healthy lobster burgers. Because I really don't want to do that.
Yeah, but
Even though I have friends that have had it done, and they're fine. I don't know. I just don't like it.
working with, a firm in a very small niche. And I loved it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, the one really good close friend of mine, her and her husband both had it done. But she was super diabetic where she had the insulin actually attached to the body. She was on all kinds of medications. And as soon as she had the surgery, she was off the insulin pump. I was like, wow. She does so well. She's doing so well.
That's wonderful.
She keeps trying to like, I'm telling you. And she's Italian. And she eats like an Italian, but not anymore. So I can't even impress her. I said, I go, Johnny, you're not going to make me eggplant parmesan anymore? She's always from scratch, too. She is like old school Italian. I love her. But yeah, she said it doesn't feel great. Like, don't honestly love. You just can't eat them.
You're not just going to
She eats like a bird. Stressful.
frustrating, scared, recovery, especially when it's all family solutions and all of them.
She really struggles at the beginning before the surgery, so she have to. You're on a very strict liquid diet. Like for how long before? I think it was 2 weeks. Girl was ready to snap. She was ready to snap because she has 2 teenage daughters at the time. They were eating like a She's watching you. I'm like, I would have told her to get the hell out of the house and go eat at the friend's house.
Wow, that would be really rough.
She said,
For many, many years.
she said, I can actually get tired of you. You got this makeup? But I thought, well, let's try some other stuff. Yeah.
He was fired too, and then like, oh, this sucks.
Not quite what you thought for today.
I know.
How much?
From Temecula too. I know, we talked the first time I met her, I'm like, oh my God. I love talking to Sean. I'm like, oh, so excited. Because most of the other photographers I met in Temecula, I'm actually in the middle of switching from weddings to portraits, like contemporary style portraits. So more upscale, not just like a regular. But yeah, I told her, I said, I love her so much. It's such a different.
So we're just moving up the agenda a little bit. Lori Itkin will be up next, and then Michael Sanchez.
Oh, great.
What do you do?
Yeah, so that's kind of my.
Oh, and it's not like I was gaudy or anything.
White resume, like for interior design. That's why he was the two attorneys in the office. No, life has gotten good. I'm like, well, shit.
I used to use yeah, credit card, yeah.
I'm just certainly not sitting in this chair and just looking at these four
Paying
walls.
for it. I was like, why am I paying? I'm gonna use Venmo. I'm gonna use it's free.
I don't really like all of this.
Yeah.
It doesn't, it's not as professional for what I'm doing, but at the time I'm like, I don't buy right now. Cause I'll take checks too.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I was so hungry. Yeah, I saw that too. And that was something else that I
Yeah.
I'm not doing the weddings anymore. But I'm sure, you know what?
Yeah, Jody, well, give me your card, please, because.
Yeah, because the whole new
Yeah, or do you have I saw this cool little LinkedIn. Are you on LinkedIn?
but they're printed.
Yeah, I do that LinkedIn thing. I was like, oh my God, it feels so fancy. There's not even a private follow or. I didn't realize I was seeing LinkedIn structure of her business. And I'm like, she's just So if I
it just makes my mouth water when I see her. I saw her on the in-person sale. I had never done that before. And I was like, I just sat back and watched. It was oh my God. Because number one, I saw the young couple that came in. It was for a maternity session that she had done. I saw what kind of car they were driving when they worked. I know I probably shouldn't, but I mean, if you look at those things, you just start assuming, oh, you're not gonna make a lot of money. Kids, oh, that's I was very surprised. She made $750. Yeah, like how I know. I'm too nice though. And she told me, Lupita, the reason you're not successful is because you do too much stuff for free.
Yeah.
Just do stuff for discount.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I sell myself short.
That's one I've probably gone for.
I'm like, I just gotta get into the right clientele. So, but it's really
Yeah.
My melody.
I need to go. That's not the right one. That's right. Well, it looks like hold on.
Is it newborns?
No, it's the last thing portrait. And yeah, that's what's gorgeous. Yeah.
See, this one only has 12 connections. Profile.
So how does that work? So do I just add the fee in with the cost?
Well, for the client to pay it, you don't get it out of it, but you have to do it in a very compliant, legit way. So we
Charge it a processing fee. It's not a processing fee?
you have to,
Okay, yeah, we'll word it.
you have to, okay, we have to let them know, it's very, compliant. You share that it's very compliant and that you're, proactively telling your container, and if you don't want to pay it, then they can take that.
She's like, yes.
Hi, Claire.
Hi.
It's just nice to see you.
Hi, good to see you.
Or crap?
I love watching.
There's a Pilates studio.
Oh, nice.
And how about you? What do you do?
Where's your Pilates?
In the Kearney Mesa
Oh,
area.
okay.
Yeah, right on Balboa.
I'm in a new that's over near there on Conduit. That's like a block away.
Oh,
Yeah.
you should come by networking group
Oh,
sometime.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're interested.
So what is the networking group?
It's called Tipsters.
Oh, Tipsters, right.
You know Tipsters?
I've heard of it. Yeah, I've never been
So
in
it's a
a group.
weekly group, and it's industry specific, so you'd be the only person in your space.
Oh,
And
right. Which one are you guys gonna try?
I'm relatively new to the group, but there are people in it that have been in Tricycle initiatives. That's it. Uh-huh.
Because I sometimes I'm thinking acting at the same time. I appreciate that. So you get your place.
Anyway, it's, some people in this group have been in it for 30 years.
Oh, okay.
Like they're that. I've only been in it for 6 months, but I mean that type of longevity is pretty tough.
You have a card?
I am looking at my card from one of my texters who's a printer tomorrow. But we can connect on the
Yeah.
your card.
Yeah, I don't have any cards. I have one card, but it's got the wrong email address.
Okay, so yeah.
Okay, so Lisa,
Are you on LinkedIn?
I am, but not in a big way.
Okay.
Yeah, what's your last name?
Perlmutter. Perlmutter. Perlmutter.
Oh, okay. And what's your email?
It's long, but it's
Or how about text? Is that easier?
Either
Let's do text.
858 442 1666. Okay, cool. Yeah, and then Pork Craft is the name. I can find it.
Pork Crab Latte.
Good, wonderful.
Yes, yes, yes.
I thought you were a member of the already. Oh, good. Oh, it's Carlsbad, yeah. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, we got Oh, my God.
I follow all of them.
I'm in the building. Yeah, I'm in the building on Balboa, right next to the Awaken Church, right by the 805.
So we are right.
You're on Convoy. I mean, that's just the
Wait,
next
we're
street.
not really, we're funny right out. We meet at Elijah's.
I've been past that. I
It's a
don't.
restaurant right on Balboa. Actually, it's not really Convoy. It's Balboa and 805. So you're on the north side of Balboa.
Yeah,
We're on the south side. Well, we.
by H Mart,
It's
H Mart, or near 24 Hour Fitness.
just after that, there's another center. Before you turn right, it's like you were turning right to go to Walmart.
Okay.
It's before
Oh, okay.
that.
Right in there.
It's in
Okay.
that center, and we
Yeah,
meet
that's really good.
at Elijah's. And
Okay.
I don't know if you can come tomorrow, but tomorrow morning, early.
Tomorrow's Thursday. I have clients on morning.
Okay.
Already, but yeah.
But I'm always happy to bring a guest and stuff, and you can check it out. And it's kind of like, if it's for you, great. If it's not, then maybe still make
Yeah.
that somebody.
Yeah, cool. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Yes.
So text me and
No, if I can get on.
I'm not going to be staying for this, so I don't know if I need to move because is she going to start at 12:30?
no, she's starting. Oh, yeah, she is. She's starting now.
I
Yeah.
don't want to be sitting here and then leave.
Right.
Okay, but yeah, nice to meet you.
It's a good one. Very good. Lots of information.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
No, everybody else will wear masks. I know it seems strange, but now I'm gonna ask you to mask up. So just to give you guys a heads up, we've had some shifts in our scheduling. So Lori is going now, and we're moving everything up a little bit, which means at the end of the afternoon we'll also have some extra time at the end, which is nice. I know some people have some things going on later.
I'm so spoiled. Lori took notes on where. Lori,
All right.
am I gonna take notes?
Are you allowed to take notes?
Am I gonna need to?
Oh, no one's ever asked me that.
Well, she needs to take notes.
I can send the Jack afterwards.
No, actually, I'm trying to see if I need my book.
Oh, yeah, you might as well.
Okay, I'll be right back. There's something behind me. Throw this out to them.
All right, Lori, are
Sorry.
you?
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, way more stuff than I
Lori, if you're gonna stand over there, I'm gonna just turn this. You're live streaming.
Oh, I'm live streaming.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we are live streaming.
Oh, I didn't know you could. What?
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. You're on YouTube and Facebook right now.
Oh, cool.
Ready to take it away?
I am ready.
All right, amazing, Lori. Give her a round of applause.
All right, hi everyone. I know some of you and some of you I don't. I'm Laurie Itkin, and I've been a Hera Hub member, only 8 years now, a year after you opened, 8, something like that. So, and I just love being a member and happy to see you all here. So you've come because you want to get some advice on how to become an expert in your field, and I like to say, hi Jody. I don't like to say hi Jody. I like to say, blow your competition out of the water, because many of us do things that other people do, and it's really important to differentiate yourself. And I tell you, this stuff works. I'm going to share 7 tips that have worked for me, and it really does work, because I have so many more referrals than I can handle now. I work 60 hours a week. I finally put Calendly on my calendar to just capture, so I don't have to go back and forth with people. So it's really, I think, important to become an expert in your field, because you really need to differentiate yourself. So we'll go through some of these. So I like to say that it's not enough to be an expert. Whether you're an expert or not, what's really important is that other people perceive you as an expert. And you, as women, we always don't think we're good enough. We have to study more and do this and that before we feel like we can present ourselves as an expert. But you have to position yourself as an expert even before you feel like one, okay? Because you're probably not a total BSer. You probably are an expert of some level of expertise, but you've got to just, even if you feel like, oh gosh, I need 25% more, I'm only 75% there, just position yourself and feel you're 100% expert, because you are, right? Unless this is the first day of your new gig, you probably are an expert. Okay, so this is where I stood, because I just want to tell my personal story, because I know that we've all been in a similar situation where in 2012, so that's 9 years ago now, I got laid off as a VP of Government Affairs. 2 months later, my husband got laid off as a VP of Marketing. We didn't work for the same company, and he's not quite 6 years older than I, and he basically said, Laurie, unless I'm going to become a CEO somewhere, I'm just going to start my own company. And he encouraged me to start my own company. I thought, what? I mean, I'm a corporate gal. You got to be kidding me. So he decided to turn his hobby into his business, and so I did the same thing. So he's an audiophile. He loves music, and he created Mr. Speakers, now Dan Clark Audio, that basically he builds and manufactures high-end headphones. And I started the options lady, and then I joined Hera Hub. I didn't know what I was doing. Okay, so what I started is I said, you know what? I love investing. I've always invested. I've always had my laptop. And in my other job, whenever I'd break, I'd be buying and selling stocks, and I became an expert in options. I thought, I'll teach men and women how to trade options. And then I found out, well, that's sort of really, hard to do. You're not going to make much income doing that. So I got my 65 license so I could actually manage other people's money. I could become an investment advisor.
and I became an independent contractor with a wealth management firm in La Jolla called Coastwise Capital Group. I'm still there. And I started, I managed nothing in assets. My first account was $100,000, and now I manage $46 million. So, boom, I go. Okay, but here's the problem. I'm a new financial advisor in my 40s, my mid-40s as a new financial advisor. There's financial advisors on every corner. There's coaches on every corner. There's real estate agents on every corner. There's everything on every corner. So why would first of all, how would prospects find me? And then, so they find me, why would they choose me over other advisors? I knew I had to do something. What could I do? What could I do? Well, here's the tips that worked for me. This is my own list that I've just created through trial and error, and I'm sharing with you. So the first was, and I still believe this, and Jody just wrote a book, write a nonfiction book, that solves an ideal client's problem. What is your ideal client? Who is your ideal client? And what is their problem? And then you help them solve the problem through the book, but you write it in such a way that they want more of you, right? Sort of like how people have an online course these days. We didn't have online courses then, and you take the course and you want more of the person. The second, and I'll go into more detail on that. The second is be interviewed on video and share it on social media. Look, I know a lot of us don't like doing videos. Some of us have sort of grudgingly done it, but this is what I say. When I see somebody on a video, I'm like, they can't be a total idiot, because why would they risk looking like an idiot? So psychologically for me, when I see somebody putting it out there on video, I think they're an expert. So, and it works. Number 3, find opportunities to write articles about your expertise. Now, I do like to write, so writing comes fairly easy to me. I realize it doesn't come easy to others, but we have, especially in the Hair Hub, we have a lot of people who are great writing coaches and everything, and there's just so many ways to write short form or long form about issues you know about. And then number 4, offer to speak everywhere for free when you're starting out. I know a lot of speakers are paid speakers, and that's their job, and they don't like that people are speaking for free, but I don't care. My job isn't to become a paid speaker unless we've paid speakers here, maybe a couple of gigs. Kristen's a paid speaker, John's a paid speaker.
It's okay, I don't mind.
Most of us are not. Most of us are not. You don't mind, as long as we don't speak on your topic for free. And then number 5, this is what has really done it for me. Become a center of influence and refer to others. Like this morning, I had a 25-minute on my Calendly. I have a 25-minute, call for prospects. This woman, I can't work with her, but you know what I did? I'm thinking within 5 minutes of talking to her, who are the 3 people I can refer her to? Because I'm adding value to her. I'm adding goodwill. I'm having other people will refer back to you if you refer. And even if they don't refer back to you, because sometimes it's not quite a match, I really think you're putting the karma out there that you're in, and there's networking groups where you may not refer to that person, but another person in the group will refer back to you. Number 6, continue building your expertise. That's what I have done. Now, I don't have small children. My stepdaughter's 24, and I'll be honest with you, I work 60 hours a week, and I do that on my business. I do that to continually build my expertise. I do some marketing. I'm not suggesting it. I'm trying to work less, but it's hard because I love what I do. And then number 7, I couldn't do this for a while because financial advisors were prohibited from getting, from having testimonials even on LinkedIn. But most of us can request Yelp and Google reviews. And now, when somebody searches for a financial advisor, or I don't really come up top on that, but if you search for divorce finance, I'm coming up. I've got 21 Google reviews, and I'm coming up within the top 3. I know Dawn's going to talk about it. I'm stealing your show, Dawn. Okay. And ask. I mean, frankly, let's just be honest. You're going to ask somebody who's already said to you. I mean, all of us have had somebody say, "Wow, you really helped me." Like, "Oh my God, I feel relieved." The minute they ask you, you don't ask them right away necessarily, but you just put in the back of your mind, you make a note. Maybe 3 months later or whatever, you follow up and ask. Okay, so let's go into some detail for these. What's my, okay, here's the book that I wrote. Every woman should know her options. Invest your way to financial empowerment. I got a little lucky here. A couple of things happened, and I published this in 2014 on Amazon, but I was done, I think, in 2013. So I became an Amazon bestseller in 3 categories. I had no gimmicks, no nothing. My topic was popular. Okay, became top 10, top 100 in option stocks and introduction to investing. I now have more, that's 62 reviews. I think I have 83 reviews now on Amazon. And what really happened that did a lot of the sales is I wrote for Daily Worth, I don't know if any of you remember that, I wrote an article, The Decision That Helped Make Me a Millionaire Before Age 40. Daily Worth has some syndication agreement with Business Insider. This freaking thing got 3 million views around the world, this little article, okay? So you write, look, I've written how many things? No one reads most of it, but if you're out there, something's gonna pop, something's gonna get it. And I offer 2 ways to work with me in my book at the end, 2 ways. I can help you, coach you if you wanna be a do-it-yourself investor, or I can manage your money for you. And the book, okay, I'll tell you, you're not gonna make money writing a book unless you're like, New York Times bestseller. However, and I have to tell you, it's been 8 years now, 7 years, 6. I still somehow sell about 8 to 12 copies a month on Amazon. I do no marketing. I think it's just they recommend my book or something. I'm not making much money. We all know that royalties, people are shocked. Maybe you make $4, maybe 7 if it's an ebook. So you're not doing the book, you're doing the book to position yourself as an expert. Okay. So let me go in a little bit of how I structured the book. And again, I don't know if this will work for everybody. This is just what worked for me. So you're writing a book that solves a problem. And, in the beginning, I shared, my personal story that was hopefully motivating and inspiring. And then the first 2 chapters, I don't want to lose anybody because I want to write for people that are beginners and people that have some advanced knowledge. So I taught basic financial concepts, the first 2 chapters. Then the more complicated, dry stuff, I used humor. I used anecdotes. I mean, it's funny, how to get paid to wait to buy shoes on sale if you go to Macy's. That was an example I used to sell put options. Then I had examples of me teaching real clients, giving examples of what we do together. And then, I'm talking about different things, and I give examples of financially empowered women. And then my call to action, sign up for my newsletter. Okay, people keep, subscribing to my newsletter. I never even push it. Okay, now, and another thing where I got lucky is that I noticed that TD Ameritrade, who is a very large broker, one of the largest online brokers, now acquired by Schwab, they were trying to encourage their female clients to trade conservative options. I won't get into too much detail, but the most basic option strategy, tier 1, which is what my book was all about, the safer basic option strategies. And they purchased 2,000 copies of my book before it was even published to give to their clients, to motivate their clients. And I negotiated a price that is much more than what Amazon pays me. I mean, I got a wholesale price. So that just really gave me a jump start. So what I learned from this is that there are other people who've written books that are much more successful than I have been. And there are many people that have written a book and it's done nothing, okay? So when you're writing a book, really think about the structure, maybe hire a coach, not necessarily a writing coach, but a sort of a coach who can help you figure out what is the strategy of my book, more of a business coach. Okay, so I know I usually do this in 45 minutes. I've been doing it in half an hour, so I'm going to pop through here. Okay, tip number 2, be interviewed on video and share. I had early on, I got an opportunity to be on TV, on Fox News, even though I'm a Democrat, but I went on. My husband will never forgive me. And then this is local Fox, which actually was not anything to do with the big Fox, the national Fox, but they're local, the local affiliate here. And I started getting, at first I hired a PR guy to help me get slots on TV. Then I developed a relationship with one of the producers who just called me, like, Prince died. Laurie, Prince just died. No will. Can you talk? Or, Angelina, Brad Pitt are having a divorce. Can you go talk about it? And so this obviously established credibility. I know it's funny when I watch people on the news, I think half of them are idiots and they're just, but half of them know what they're talking about. So hopefully they think I know what I'm talking about. Now, not everyone can get on TV, but as I say, you can do videos on your own and share them. It just adds an oomph of authority. Okay, write posts showing your expertise, writing. I mean, you can write a newsletter, you can guest blog, associations, you can write for trade associations. Your trade association is always looking for stuff. LinkedIn, obviously, and we've got Catherine that's here somewhere. She's our LinkedIn expert. And I found on LinkedIn is that even if you hate to write, if you comment on other people's posts and share them, some people think you actually wrote it. Okay, tip number 4, offer to speak everywhere for free. So I am in the thing, again, with no disrespect to our paid speakers. Again, if you're speaking, authority, it's just authority. And now with Zoom and webinars and conferences and everything, and you can do your own gig. And here's what I found. So occasionally I get a hair up, I rent out this room, I do like a lunch and learn and stuff. And you know what? Maybe 8 people came. One time I had 3 people, but everyone in my newsletter saw I was holding these, and they think, well, she's the woman. She's on this topic. She's, she holds these lunch and learns. So it's hilarious. She didn't even come here, but all of a sudden, even without coming here, you think I'm an expert. So do it. And I know everyone says I get butts and seats and all that, but it's okay. I know it's disappointing when 3 people show up, but if people know you're doing these, they're going to know, again, you're an expert. Okay. Tip number 5. This has been really what I've done. So actually, Sarah's husband, Chris, got me started in this. He ran the small business referral group. I joined it. It's sort of like a BNI. Raise your hand if you've heard of BNI okay. So I never wanted to do BNI because you had to be there at 6:30 in the morning or what have you. And it's every week. But it's the same thing. A small business referral group, you basically, let's say we had 10 people one day or 15, it doesn't matter. You all were trying to have power partners that you can refer to. So I'm the divorce financial analyst and I'm a wealth manager, right? Mortgage brokers are a great partner for me, a therapist. And so even though I would never refer business to this person because we have no relationship, this person referred business to this person, and then this person could refer to me. So it's like a circle of referrals. And I always gave out more referrals than I got. And I don't have a problem with that because I got to know all these people and now I can refer these people out and my clients come to me. And I was really good at really thinking every week, I've met somebody, who can I refer out to? But it takes a lot of work. And now I'm referred left and right. I can't even tell you, again, not necessarily the same people, but then they may know somebody, and this is the way to do it. Okay, tip 6, we're almost done, and then we'll take questions. Continue building your expertise. Again, I'm unique at this because I did not have 3 small children at home running around. I was able to devote my evenings after dinner, my weekends. I was a wealth manager for several years, and then I got my certification to become a certified divorce financial analyst, a divorce financial planner, if you will. And I started taking cases and I built up my expertise. I didn't know what I was doing. Those first 3 clients, I didn't know what I was doing. And now I'm like all over California. I have attorneys and mediators. I've become an expert in equity compensation. I'm getting clients all over the state. And now I started out not knowing anything about this. And I didn't know anything. I mean, I haven't been divorced. My mom was divorced twice. My husband's been divorced, but I never went through one. And now I just got elected to the national board of the Association of Divorce Financial Planners, which is the top divorce financial planners in the country. So if you work, when we're adults, the studying is not over. I'm a lifelong learner, and that's the one thing I just have to say. If you want to continue to build your expertise, you can't be afraid to hit those books if you will, and continue learning and being challenged and make your mind hurt so much because, you know, as we get older, we're not like 17, we don't remember anything. And then the last tip, ask for reviews. You know, there's different strategies for how to ask them, for them. And like right now, I'm exploding now because I really couldn't ask for them before I got my, before I became a diverse financial planner as a wealth manager. We weren't allowed to ask for reviews. That's changing a little bit right now. But you know, it's all good. So we have about 10 minutes. I'll just say, this is me. So when you think of me, anything you know, anybody that is going through a divorce, especially if they're in mediation, they're amicable with their spouse, I like to work on those. I also, you know, manage investments. But let's go and let's take some questions, and I'll go back to this list. There. Any questions, thoughts? Okay, yes.
I had a question when you said you de-emphasized your experience as a wealth manager, which is why the other freshmen. So my niche is to help women who want to transition out of education. But everybody I know is like education, so that's where all the people are. But I'm wondering if the Chronicle of Higher Education will want me to write an article about leaving higher education.
Oh, there you go. But so you're helping other women leave education to get in other fields?
Yeah.
And they want you to write the article?
No, I'm saying, how do I get them to want me to write an article about something that they're the Chronicle of Higher Education? Why would they hire me to write something that says get out of education?
Actually, now this is not my expertise, but actually I think you could position it in a way. I would actually maybe position it, this is just my thought, that you're still in higher education. Are people in higher education able to do consulting and pick up adjunct professor and things like that? Can you talk about maybe how to get your side gig within education? That might be something where you're honoring them, or you could look for another association, right? So.
Does the association recognize that they might actually?
Well, they've done articles about how people are leaving. They just haven't done an article about like, here's how we'll help you. They're just saying it's bad. We need to find a way to keep people.
Yeah.
I would suggest that you say, we know this is a problem, lots of women are leaving, blah, 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 blah. Here's how you're going to keep your people. And then, if you can't stay, contact me, and I can help you with the transition.
Tristan, great!
It's 6 times a week.
So what Tristan said for people on the live stream that might not have seen it, what Tristan said is that acknowledge there's a problem that people are leaving higher education, talented people are leaving higher education. Here are 3 ways to help retain, and that if you can't or decide not to, then follow A, B, or C. That way you're respecting what they want and you're giving yourself a little plug, and then of course call me. Great. Yes.
So I'm a photographer, and when I position myself as an expert as a photographer, I feel like all I get is other photographers that follow me or want to know more about what I have to say, whereas that's not the people I need to come and see me. Like, I want people who want to market themselves. So do I double down on positioning myself as an expert as a photographer, or do I go and research marketing and position myself as somebody that understands what to do with those pictures after? Like, what would be your suggestions?
Okay, so number 1, you absolutely, if you talk about being an expert photographer, all your competitors are going to want to read and see what you do. They subscribe to my newsletter. I got all these wealth managers subscribing to my newsletter. I'm like, F you, what are you doing? You're taking my No, it's a compliment. It's great. And you know what? Continue to do that. Continue to do that. Is there an association at the state level or national level that would be helpful for you in terms of continuing to build your expertise?
Yeah, absolutely. There's certain organizations that are catered to photography specifically, but again, like, I feel like when I'm putting my marketing efforts and they're all towards photography, that I'm attracting the people people that want to know about photography. Not
Right,
so much-
but you want people to pay for your photography.
Yeah.
Yes, of
yeah.
course. So you want to get clients, right? So I would go and Dawn, are you going to stay around for Dawn's presentation? She's going to talk about SEO. Yeah.
People don't pay attention to negative keywords, and that's something that negative keywords.
Okay.
And how to block it.
Okay.
Right. But I would still, I would never shy away from my competitors wanting to know about me because you're going to be a leader in their eyes and it will come back to help you. It's so, but I know your immediate need is marketing to people who can pay and want to pay for your services. That's what, when you're positioned as an expert, I spy on my competition all the time on pricing and profitability and stuff. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I have a question regarding the speaking opportunities. I'm a gerontologist, work in the field of aging. I get invited to speak at conferences, speaking to older adults. They don't purchase my services.
Their children purchase your services,
Not
right?
even their children. So now I'm an expert, but I want to do I decline those offers and speak and look for webinars within the business realm to speak at? So I guess the question is it better not to speak when it's not your audience?
Right.
It's a push.
Right. Great question.
Great PR, but.
So I do both. I know you've limited time, but you have to do both because if you're getting invited to conferences, again, that is increasing your expertise. They'll allow you to write blog articles. Are you connecting with people there? Who are you? Are there people that you ask for? I don't know if they allow a registration list to be shared.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I never feel like I'm getting any ROI on this because they don't share the list. So great, I speak in front of 250 people. You never know.
Have you ever hired a videographer to video you
I
speaking?
have, and so I get images and
Good,
that,
absolutely.
and I do social media with it. It's like, after this last year, reevaluating where I spend my time.
That's any good business person is going to get what's their RA. Look, I've done plenty of things that didn't make this list because they didn't work. I was probably at 14 tips. 7 didn't work. So great intuition.
But related to that, how demanding can you be to say, I'm happy to speak on Saturday at 10 a.m. for your group? But these are my terms. Like, can I know who's attending?
Absolutely.
Email or their contact information.
You can always ask.
You can ask and
That's
say
right.
no. And that's when you have to really gracious acceptor of no.
That's right. So,
But they should also be a gracious acceptor of, I'm sorry, I'm not available.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
then, whatever your terms are.
Yeah.
but oftentimes, if they can't meet your terms, what can they do? Because they are going to want to help. They want you to speak. So it's literally a negotiation.
Like, get a copy of any taping that you have. Can you refer me to 3 people, or can you 3 references? Can you give me a client reference? So I have a form that I send to them and say, like, tell me what was fantastic about me, and then I can use those snippets for a website or something like that. So they're, they can just talk about how fabulous you are. Like, I need you to continue to talk about how fabulous I am. So.
You can get the executive director or the head of it to write a review. Oh my gosh, absolutely. And then just saying what a great speaker you are, whatever, all that kind of stuff. It's all, yeah.
A request that should be on the marketing material.
Oh, that's great.
You can
Okay, we'll
also,
list them on your website.
yes, there you go. I was gonna say, you also want like their logo or their name, depending on who they are, that you can list on your page of, happy clients kind of thing.
Yeah, great ideas. We have to go. We're done. Okay, maybe 1 or 2 more questions. Questions, thoughts to help out the group? All right. Okay. I'm going to save you Dawn's presentation because that's good lead-in, right? Okay, and I think with the slides, how do I get them to people or people want them? Okay, you need me to get them to do that.
So ladies, our last presenter of the day is the amazing Rhonda Sanchez. She is
do have a cookie love. If you want to take like a make a little already met. Let's take like a grab a cookie, and then we'll tee up Dawn. You have to follow cocktail.
Oh my I didn't speak, but I was sitting out there. Yeah, no, I will. No problem. Yeah. It's just over 2 years. I just joined 2 weeks late. All right. Excellent. Just to see all the different people yeah, it's really I tell people, every consultant that I have hired to help you with anything in the last 2 years has been something. I can see that. I was like, that just from when you're by yourself, right? I don't think I realized how fun it was until I didn't have it. And then what do you kind of. That's my real hair. I love it. My driver's license says blonde.
His mask. I'm sorry.
Okay, my driver's license says blonde.
You change it.
I mean, it is. It's been blonde for a long time. But now it's gray.
Absolutely.
As your attorney, as your new member, as a business attorney or attorney.
Just like this is being here right now.
No, I love the connection. I love to ask that question. Somebody did that with me. That was a couple of years ago. Somebody said, I think every discussion, it has to be sincere, right? Or when you start a conversation, like, especially if you say, oh, can I help? And like when I talk to my mentees, what can I do? I love it because it's like, I think people that saying, but people are I love it, and I mean it, and that's what I mean. I mean it feels like better. I mean, so many people have helped me, and I've benefited so much for my entire career, and so I really, and people are here because they want to be happy and be part of the community, as opposed to being at WeWork or wherever else. So that's a working space, and then that's why they. I'm not sure if people are not.
Exactly. I know when I watch a TV show, she did say that. They talk about the interview process, they connect, like, I can get in.
Yeah. It's like the velvet roof, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We'll probably use that in our business.
Exactly.
I'm not sure if you in my business part of the
I really want to say.
yeah, that's right. It was all the same as a brand card. Like a picture that has like an overlay of the pit. Lighting is a part of it. And then another one that has yes, because then you're
Definitely chopping my head off. It is.
I was gonna say I'm jumping in the
sorry, no, yeah. I do
start to get, help more.
We're good. We're good.
Okay.
Hello, everybody.
I'm a theater.
I'm so glad I get to wrap it up. I'm so glad I get to go after Lori because all of her advice was excellent. And I'm just going to expound on that and talk about the technical way to do this because a lot of it is, you say write articles, but if you've been writing articles, you might feel very tired right now and not getting a lot of return on writing your articles. So how do you go about making those actually do something for you? Okay, so the very first basic set of questions you want to ask yourself is, am I even on Google?
Yes.
Because if you build it, they will not come. They don't know that you are there. Google used to have a submission tool where you could actually go and submit your site to be indexed. Now they don't really have that so much, but they do have something called Google Search Console, which should be connected to your Google Analytics. How many people have a website right now? How many people are on WordPress? Wix? No, Wix. Other? Okay, I really like Wix actually, it's a great tool. But WordPress is the easiest to manipulate, but you can do all of them. They got a lot of negative feedback about their lack of SEO ability, so all those builders are pretty SEOable now. So anyway, you want to submit your, create your analytics. You have that header code tag that you should have installed. If anybody's having challenges with that, speak to me after. I'll probably set it up for you in 5 minutes. We'll get that handled. If you have not installed a header code before, then Search Console will be more difficult. So if you've already done it, go over to your Google Analytics. You go down the left-hand side, a little spot that says Search Console. You click on it, and if you don't have one connected, it'll prompt you through it. And once you have that, you can submit your URL. So if you add a new page, if you change a page massively, or if you have a brand new website, you want to go in there and submit it right away. Google will find you eventually, but if you don't do anything, there's not a specific amount of time before you'll get discovered, and that's not a great business metric, right? So then the next is, do I serve high quality content to my users? This is kind of on case-by-case basis, and what does high quality content mean? Do they actually use it and need it and like it and read it? Do they click through? Are they dwelling on the page? Are they going to more pages after they leave that page? There's some quality metrics. Is my local business showing up? How many people have claimed their Google My Business? Yay! So the rest of you, put your hands up. You need to go claim your Google My Business. It's one of the fastest, easiest ways to get your site found, indexed, and on the map. If you don't want your personal location to be shown, it will not show up on the map. So that's an important. So if you don't know, should I pay HeraHub to manage my mail? Yes, you should. Because then you can put your business on the map. If it's your house and you don't want people coming to your house, then you miss out on that whole section. If you're not a local business, it still matters to let people know. Is my content fast and easy to access on all devices?
Yeah. Can we interrupt the questions, or should we wait till the end?
You can, sure.
So when you say first of all, the note I'm writing is higher Dawn, just so you know.
Oh, great.
I can't. You're talking about left side, right side, header. I'm like,
yeah, the header codes. I know.
When you say is my website showing up on Google, do you mean when I go to the web, is it there, or do you mean in the search results?
Right, both. So search results, getting to page 1 is kind of the ultimate goal, which that's content optimization. But as far as are you even on Google, if you built your site and you launched it, nobody knows that you're there. You've never searched the web in your life. You've only ever searched Google's index of the web or Bing's index of the web. And they have these very, AI-driven, fancy, very, very well-oiled machines for crawling and finding all these URLs. So let's say you built your website and you set up your social media and you started sharing links back to your website on social media, the algorithm will find that and take that on. But if you just built your website and you're nothing's happening, which is then that's why, because it hasn't been indexed yet. So if you have your Google Analytics set up, you can
can very quickly claim your search console. I'm trying not to get too deep in that, but the domain claim is hard to do, but just claiming one that matches your Google Analytics is very easy to do. So if you already have Google Analytics, you can very quickly add Search Console and very quickly index any new pages or a new website so that it immediately gets found. Then you want to optimize each page for the keywords that you're trying to show up for. Fast, number 4, fast and easy to access on all devices. If your page takes more than 3 seconds to load, you lose 90% of your people. Have you ever noticed when you click through from social media, there's a lag? Yes. Between, like, the social media goes, oh, l.facebook. whatever, and then it sends you to the page. That lag loses so many people. When I set up social media ads, I never do by click. I do by landing page view, because that means they went through and landed on the page. Click, there's lots more clicks than landing page because so many people don't wait. 1 second, 2 seconds. Really, they want you to load all your stuff in like 1 or 2 seconds. 4 seconds or less is like the advice. And that gets very difficult if you're uploading gigantic pictures. Stop doing that. Almost all of my newbie novices, they want good quality pictures. Great, good job. They don't need to be 8,000 by 8,000, 5,000, even 3,000 by 3,000. It's too big. This screen is like, I don't know, maybe this is a 3,000 by 3,000. So you don't need your images to be this big. Most, like this is a 1,200 by 1,280 or whatever. So like, I usually put a limit on the entire website, or I use a plugin on WordPress that limits all of my images to no more than 1,500 by 1,500. So that's like, you know, if you upload a 300 by 300, you try and put it in a slot that's 500 by 500, it's going to look blurry. You need to go bigger. If you put a logo in a tiny little logo spot, and it's a huge logo, a 5,000 by 5,000 logo that you're putting in a 50 by 50, it'll look jaggedy on the edges. That means it's too big. So you want to make sure that it's kind of in the sweet spot in the middle. And there's some information later on where we talk more about images, but there's some other tricks that we'll do. And then, is it secure? Everybody needs to have HTTPS. If you see a site that has HTTP, Google hates it. It will give a big old warning. Security depends on how strict your personal settings are. But I went to a website the other day, I managed. It threw up an error. What it was the SSL security certificate was missing the www version. So when it was rerouting, it threw up a security warning. So Google is, obviously, we're all familiar with hackers. We all know that Bitcoin has been a huge hacking. Maybe you don't all know, but because of the rise of Bitcoin, hacking has been like, I've had like probably 10 sites in the last 2 years that had to save from Bitcoin hackers. Wow. And if that happens to you, just reset from your server from as far back as you can. Anyway,
say what? Reset from your server?
Reset it back up from your server. Most servers will save up to 3 days.
Oh,
you know, even if you don't have that set up, they usually have it back there somewhere, and you can restore an emergency backup. So if you ever come to your site and it's like taken over by Bitcoin people, you can usually just restore your full version of that. But anyway, so if your website's not secure, Google won't show it to people because you are not the best, most authoritative result. So that's the core concept of all of Google, Bing, all of the search engines. They want to give the users the best answer to their query. And 90% of research starts online, and 92% of that starts in the search engine. And Google has 70-some%, and then they own YouTube, which has like 30-some%. So there's like 5% that's not part of the Google world. So it's very important that you start with them, and then everybody else kind of follows you. So helping Google find your content. We're just going to break it down by the little subcategories. So this is a little technical to tell you which ones you don't want to crawl. But I think we're talking about photography. Yeah. This is kind of getting into that. Like, this is not, you don't have pages that you don't want to be crawled, but you can submit things that you don't want to be covered. Like, you can submit, if you're running ads, you can exclude certain people or topics so that those wrong people aren't getting in. If you have pages, so for you, if you're attracting the wrong type of people, you can build a page that says, I'm not for you, and then redirect to, you know, the ones that you want. Or if you have pages that you notice that's the reason why you're getting bad traffic, like let's say you have a page that talks about something that you don't do, and that's the whole purpose of the page, where you're accidentally getting a whole bunch of people in that want that service. You can block that from being crawled by people who can tell them I don't want you. So that's all in search console.
Is that different than hiding your tab on Wix, on hiding
Yes.
that? That's different
So
than
even if
hiding.
you had, okay, I build pages all the time. There's a difference between pages and posts. Blogs are like candy, like they expire, they're right now information. You maybe make a series about a topic. Pages are permanent. So they're intended to be permanent. So if you need to write like a facts page or information about a topic that you get asked that a lot, that would be a permanent page. You don't need to have them all in your header. You don't need to drop down. They exist back there, even if you don't, link to them explicitly. If you're linking to, we're gonna talk about page hierarchy in a minute, but if you have like a category page and then a subcategory, and you only link to that subcategory from the category page, it's still findable, but it's still crawlable. It's just not on your drop down, right? But you can actually go into Google and block them and say, don't index this page at all. This page needs to exist for whatever reasons, but I don't want you to crawl it and serve it to people in the search engine. So that goes back to Search Console. It's a little more complicated. Help Google end users understand your content. This is where I spend most of my time. So let's say you're writing a category topic. You can have like the title of the page, right? You should have an SEO keyword at the beginning of your title. If you can work it in, it should sound like natural language, but the closer to the beginning, the better it's going to index and show up when people search that word. Then you want to have your H1, your header one. That's your main topic header. You want to pull out the main topic and put it bold in big header. And then some content is H1, H2, H3, H2, H3, H2, H3, 4 bullet. Some is H1, H2, 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 H3, H3, H3. So you want to organize your content on the page, not only for people. If you're in Google Docs and you open the outline view, perfect way to see how your stuff is set up. If you have no headers pulled out, no bullet points, no highlights or bolds, there'll be nothing in your Google Docs outline view. As you start pulling out your headers, it'll show in the right size and in the right. So that's just a little quick cheat if you're trying to like structure your pages.
Does that work in Word as well?
I think so, but I don't know how to open Word's outline view, so you'll have to help me out with that one. But they're usually the same. That can work. So what you want to do is have, some like 68% of people that read content online are super scanners. They don't read your content deeply. They go down the page and they get the main idea and then they decide they want to talk to you or not.
I spend so much time on every word.
Now you do want to have good quality, like in-depth content for the detail readers, right? You don't want to be like, oh, my headers are great, but my details are crap, because then those people are going to bounce away. And the ones who read them deeply are probably the ones most likely to convert. But Google's the same. It just kind of scans your headers. It scans your headers, your links, bolds, italics, and bullet points. So that's where you want to spend your time on your pages and on your blogs. And I feel like blogs are the thing I get the quickest, most impactful response from this. Publish, like you said, write articles for yourself, write articles for other people. And then inside your articles, you want to embed links. If you're getting a link from somebody outside into you, they're not likely to use your exact anchor keyword that you're like trying to target. They're going to be like their website here, and your link is going to be your website, right? But when you're building your own pages, if you get to a keyword, a topic, a category, or an idea that is very important to your business, you want to link that phrase, not single words. Go ahead and do like longer anchor phrases, and then link to a page about that phrase.
Your own page.
Yes, your own page. That is the core essence of SEO for your own pages. Each of those links counts as a vote. A link from outside your site to yours, but also from inside your site to yourself counts as like a vote, quality vote. So one of the things I tell people is don't create one blog, create a blog cluster, a category cluster, like 2 or 3 or 4 of, the main category and then like a couple of subcategories and link them all together.
Oh, is that why every time I go on something, you're linking back to another old article?
Yeah. And when you link back to that old article, it actually refreshes it and makes Google, and if you go back to that old article and you edit it, you pull out some new headers, you make some changes, and then you update the page to published on date, it's basically like brand new content. Yeah. Manage your appearance on Google search results. So this goes back to when we're creating our content on our pages. If you have WordPress, you probably have it built in. You probably use Yoast If you have Wix, they have a little bump out on the side. I actually have Wix and Squarespace open in case I need to show people where this stuff is. But it's your titles and your description, your page description. If you don't set those, Google will pull whatever it wants based on whatever's on the page. Sometimes it works out great. I actually have some pages that I purposely don't set a description on because based on what the person types into the search bar, different answers might come up for that page. And if I set it hard, it stops it from doing that. But if it's doing a really good job of optimizing or doing it itself, I'll leave it so that it pulls up its own content. That's if your page is very well structured. Google will pull a very well structured description. But for most of us, we're going to need to go ahead and set what we want. When somebody types into Google bar, photographer near me, and then it says the title of your business, and then it'll have a little snippet underneath of, a couple sentences. That's what we're talking about when we say the description and managing how it shows up on Google. So I had a client that it's a luxury addiction, but you can't just go to their sober living home. You have to come all the way through the program from the beginning. So when people were coming to their sober page and it was talking about sober homes and sober apartments, we had to change that so that it said explicitly, like, this is the step 3 after step 2 after you come to the detox. Like, we had to put it in there that you can't just boom and come right in,
because they
right?
are wasting time with prospects that
They were basically like, we're just a call center for people who want cheap sober housing, and they're like a luxury program. Right? So if you change that description, a lot of times you'll stop wasting your own time and make it very explicit how you want. And then organizing your site hierarchy. This is what we talked about a little bit a second ago, where, okay, you don't want your pages to be any more than 3 pages deep. That's a big one. You can have 1 or 2 things that don't matter, like Hair Hub has an internal booking calendar. That doesn't need to be at the top. That's not for people. I actually had to go in and explicitly tell Google to stop showing the internal booking calendar for Hair Hub to search results. We had to go in and make them stop. So that being said, you want your home page, that's your main one, and then you have your menu. Those are like your level 2 pages. Anything that comes off of your menu to a level 3 page, it shouldn't be like home page, service page, here's this service, then to find out more about the service, to do it deeper. They should start going across at that point. You should start, like, if you have a page and then you have another page, you don't want to send them deeper into the site. You want to send them to the services page and then all the information about the service. And then maybe they can go to a blog or a specific page about, little subcategory, but you want to not bury your content too deep. You also want to make sure that you have it organized so that it makes sense. Like, I have a picture actually. I feel like this is the best way for you to see it. See this picture right here? How it has the root, about, articles, news, and then 2008, 9, 10. This is how your website is actually set up. It's set up in files on the server that you're using. So you want to make sure that your server files are kind of in order. I know most of you can't do that, but you can do it by organizing your website on the page. So if you have a bunch of random pages and they're not collected anywhere, collect them with a category. If you have a bunch of random blogs and they're not collected anywhere, collect them with a tag. And what that does is it gives Google the hierarchy of your main site, then your service, your main number 2 pages that are on your menu, and then you have category collections. That helps organize the site, not only for people, but for the bots. That's that. Also, when it comes to UX navigation, I think everybody knows that if you make it difficult to navigate through your site, people will bounce away. The hierarchy is kind of the core structure to making your UX better. All right, this is the meat and potatoes part, optimizing your content on your site. How do we optimize it so that you built a site, you submitted it, still nothing's happening? I know I want to say blogs, but for me, blogs is anything that you put up as a post or anything that you put up as a page. Start creating content, any kind of content. If you like podcasts, make a podcast, turn it into a video, turn it into an article. If you like videos, start with a video, turn it into an article, extrapolate the audio, turn it into a podcast. So this is what I spend a lot of time doing. It's taking existing content and repackaging it to all these different spaces. I've already talked to 3 people today who told me that they use social media, but they don't have any other lead generation outside of social media. So if you're already doing social media posts, you can repackage those and put them on YouTube, search, on, there's like, I don't know, 50 video hosting sites. I have 5 different design and graphic sites. You just start submitting them all throughout, but you might have to slightly repackage them. And so that way it's not like only going through one channel, and if only 5 people like it on that channel, and that's the only thing coming back to your site, that's the end of the lead, right? So making your site interesting and useful, I feel like that's a no-brainer. Like, of course, you make your site interesting and useful.
You talked about time loading, so I have a video on the
It slows it down.
It slows it down, but that video, like people watch it, my close rate is.
Are you hosting the video on your website?
I think I did YouTube.
Okay, that's good. That's better.
It was slow. I did the Wix hosting, but I switched to YouTube.
Yeah, so you don't want to host videos on your own site because it makes your site have to be in charge. Wix probably does it for you, okay, and Squarespace. WordPress will not. You have to set it in.
Wow.
So if you have a video and it's hosted on third-party sites, they automatically restructure it for any screen it's on. If you're self-hosting a video, your host has to pull that video up. So whatever, if you're going to host videos on your site, you have to bump up your hosting package quite a lot. So it has faster payment and all that stuff. And then you have to set in the instructions for how it's supposed to look on different screens. And I think probably a lot of us have had this happen where we open up something that we saw on desktop and looked great and it was terrible on mobile. So that's why, because that wasn't set in there. Just really quick on the interesting and useful part. On the useful part, I think everybody knows, that we want to be interesting and useful. What does that mean? It means that if you were the searcher and you landed on this blog, would it bore you or would it be helpful to you? This is why 3 ways to, top 5 tips to, listicles, that's why they're so popular, is because they're actually useful for people. So just to reiterate that, writing content to niche yourself in a keyword only works if the content is useful for the user, right? Are your readers giving them?
Did you say listicles? Say listicles?
Listicles, yeah.
10 ways to
Make
the
the top 5 seafood places in Carlsbad.
Okay, got it.
That's not actually your content. It's listening to people's stuff, linking out to them. That's a great way to get links back and forth, but only if the other person's small. So act in a way that cultivates user trust. One thing people ask me a lot is, should I link out to another page? Yes, as long as they're not a direct competitor, because what that does is cultivates trust in you. If it helps your reader understand the article, okay, first of all, let me just back up. If you have to do that, maybe you should write one of them yourself for your own page. So I find myself linking out to other resources all the time. That's a list of blogs we need to write, articles or pages. So put it in your list of okay, I need to write my own page on this. But also we all know when we go to a site and we can tell when they're trying to scam us, don't be that guy. If you go to a site, Neil tells an SEO, and he's infamous in my community because he does really annoying things. And you're this can't possibly be converting for you. It's so annoying. Having pop-ups that ring and shake your computer when you try and leave. Yeah, all that. I blame him personally. So you want to cultivate trust. You want people to want to come back to your site. One of the hardest things to do is to get returning traffic. I look at Google Analytics all day long. 80, 60, 70% new users. Almost everybody has mostly new users. The hard part is getting them to come back. And that's where repurposing your content and putting them in different areas is useful, because you take that same URL that you built, you get a couple blips and a couple more places, Make expertise and authoritativeness clear. When I work with Forbes, so agencies are hard because you have to make $5 million a year, but the coaches are very easy to get into the Forbes. They have I forget what they call it. It's their Forbes partnership program. And for coaches, you basically just need a website. Maybe it's gone up since then, but when we worked through writing an article for them, I was talking about the privacy law changes, and they're spread your word. How do you know this? You said that because Mark Zuckerberg went to Congress and said this, that these changes happened. When, where, how, why, right? So that was a really good lesson for me personally to like realize that we just say a lot of stuff without backing it up. So making your authoritativeness clear. One way to do that is somebody in here, we were talking about putting your testimonials actually on your site, using the literal words of other people. That's a great way to cultivate your trustworthiness, is to take testimonials people have already written for you, screenshot them. I like the pictures because they look more authentic. And then put it on there. Also linking out to expert resources that may not be you, all those things build confidence. So providing the appropriate amount of content for your subject. This goes back to talking about doing a series. If you just drop one blog that talks about some category that you're trying to target, it's only gonna have so much juice. It's not really gonna go that far. It may not cover everything. You don't really want your blogs to be super long either, because people's attention span is getting so short. So it's better to break it into multiple. And if you're writing like a whole bunch of articles on something and absolutely nobody is responding, you might want to go back to the drawing board. And this is where we get into keyword research and things, and see do they care about that. Somebody was in here looking at their keywords earlier, and they were number one for it, but there was no searchers. So good, you're at number one, but like nobody cares. So the appropriate amount of content for your subject, enough on one hand, and then on the other hand, making sure you're not like spinning your wheels. And avoid distracting advertisements. Let me be clear, Google wants you to run ads on your site. They're not telling you not to, but have you been to a site where you can't access the content? They don't want that. No. So this is really quick about images. This is actually a huge one for most people. This is actually not very useful to you. Use HTML images. That just is where they put the image link. When you have WordPress, you don't actually like insert the image. It has its own URL page, and they insert the URL. So none of you are probably going to use standard format images. I don't think this is as much of a problem anymore either. JPEG, PNG, the WebP. Back in the day, we used to have people trying to embed crazy stuff, and they would like not go across platforms. So you want to use the modern, image generation. But the help search engines find your images. This is the big part. So there are 3 places where people almost universally ignore, and it's a huge boom for you if you don't. The title of your image should be SEO optimized or category optimized. You should add a description. A description doesn't necessarily mean a caption. And also in most of your sites, you can decide if you want your caption to show or not show. If you have it set so that your captions don't show, go ahead and throw a caption in there because it won't hurt, and it'll add copy. And then the alternative description, the alt description. Almost everybody ignores this.
Yeah, I don't know what an alt is. They keep trying to put it in. I don't know what it is.
Yes, and you should do it on social media too, and you should capitalize your hashtags. So all this is about accessibility. Yes, and screen readers can't read your hashtags unless each word is capitalized. So I've been doing it for my clients. I've got really good feedback from the accessibility community about it. It doesn't ask you to do it either. It doesn't prompt you. You have to go out of your way to capitalize them.
Wait, you mean first letter of the word or the whole word? First letter. The word's like a big D.
I've done a presentation on accessibility before, and I'm not going to do it today, but I turned on the screen reader so you can see how your page is read by a screen reader. It's very overwhelming.
Wow.
So if you can't see and you're using a screen reader and you go over an image that has JPEG 197376 on it, that's going to read out loud to them.
Wow.
So I just want to say, I'll get to you in a second. Rename your images before you upload them, because the JPEG name is going to be in there. You can optimize the name before you upload it. Then when you upload it, you optimize the title. Then you add a description. Then you add an alt description. Alt description is read by screen readers, so don't SEO keyword stuff. Don't put a bunch of nonsense in there. It should describe the picture, but you don't have to say image of sunset. You can say sunset. It should explain why it's there more than anything. If you can't see and it's reading a paragraph to you, it'll stop in the screen reader. It'll say image of, and then it'll read your alternative text. Same with social media. And there's like a big push on social media to get people to add alt text.
So when I create an image and it's in Lightroom, I have a section where I can put
all that stuff.
Yeah. Does that matter? Like,
it will. It'll export. It'll go everywhere. So
it should be taking the time to do that.
Yes. And when other people use your image, like let's say your client uses it and shares it, and they don't know any of this stuff, all that will stay on there. So
they're using it on their website.
And they haven't changed it, it'll come with it. It's in the image metadata.
So what does that do? So if I'm putting that in the metadata, then what should I put in the metadata for these images that would then benefit me? Would it be like your property or
Yeah,
like that kind of
for
stuff?
you, because you're putting it out there. So are you gonna be putting it on your own website?
Yes, but then people often use my photos for their website as well. So the fact that you said that, I'm like, ooh, so I can keep that stuff in there. Like,
Yeah, I would. For you on your own website, the most important part is going to be the keyword optimization for yourself. So, like maybe the title and the description can be, more keyword optimized for your business, but then also because other people are going to be sharing it, you might want to throw in a plug, like your photography business name or something like that. Is there a plug I can reach?
Here. So when it comes to, like, if I can just jump in, when it comes to alt text, it's really important. A lot of people forget about
They
the
do. It's
disabled and, seeing impaired community. And so think about it like if you were reading something to your friend who couldn't see.
Right. And let me just say the law has changed and we're actually required to now.
Yep.
So this is, I don't want to scare y'all, but 2 years ago now, actually I'm in a time wormhole, so I think it's like 3 years ago actually, the law changed. Websites used to be considered like if you have a menu and then you have a grid menu, like they just need to have an alternate option. Now websites are considered like property and they have to follow the laws of like this space. So anybody who owns a building space or manages a building space or ever built a business space knows there's laws about parking for special needs, accessibility to the bathrooms, to the front doors, for fire hazards, all of that has to be considered. That actually now applies to websites. There was this big hubbub. They were really scared that it was just going to create this mass suing, but that hasn't happened. You know who did get sued? Domino's started it. Some poor man trying to order Domino's, could not do it, tried to call. After a very long wait time, he was at the wrong location. They just hung up on him, and he was furious. So he sued Domino's, and that's how all this. They actually gave Domino's time to fix the website. They said, "Okay, you're not in compliance, but we're going to give you time to become compliant." They tried to fight it instead, never fixed it, and then they paid this giant fee later. Stupid. So the only other one that's been sued since then is Pornhub. They want captions on every video. They don't want just an accessibility section. They want every video accessible. And I'm saying, I don't like. So, yeah, you actually do want to be compliant as much as possible. If you're using WordPress, there's a very easy plugin. It's very accessible and compliant. It has a little button. It might show up on the front end. You can have it or not have it. That basically says, like, convert my site for screen readers. It won't help you go through and fix all your alt text and all that stuff that sounds really crazy. So if you have images that have alt text, it's okay. If you don't, and they're all crazy names, you might want to download them, rename them, and re-upload them. That's what a lot of them do. Downloading images and completely renaming the whole slew of them. Okay, so this is obviously, everybody knows, mobile friendly. On most analytics sites they look at, it's like 80% mobile. I mean, I have one person who has more desktop, and that's because they have a program that people go through like on their site. So they open the class. Everybody else I've ever worked with has mostly mobile traffic. In fact, last year, Google switched over. They don't even index your desktop site anymore. I mean, they do. It's kind of like there as a backup.
Wow.
If they can't find your mobile site, it went to mobile first indexing. Talked about it for years. People were freaking out about it for years. They delayed it. They finally implemented last year. And now your Google Analytics and Search Console just shows you the mobile version. You have to go look for the desktop version.
You mean when I do my own Google Analytics, it's only, it shows both.
It shows both, yeah. But it's just mobile first indexing. So when we were talking about you have to get your site indexed by Google, it's primarily looking for a mobile site to index. If that doesn't exist, they will go look for a desktop site to index. But they're looking for your mobile site. That should be your priority. If you're building a site, obviously you want to look at all that stuff, but you really want to check your mobile usability. People are on data. They're not on Wi-Fi. That's a big one. When people are on their desktop, they're usually connected to Wi-Fi. When people are on their mobile, you're subject to their site speed, issues based on their location and their carrier and their device and all that stuff. So the first thing you want to do is reevaluate how your site shows up on mobile. I work with Divi a lot. I don't know if maybe WordPress on the Divi, but they make it very easy. You can just hide one whole panel for desktop and duplicate it and redesign it and hide that whole one for mobile, and you can have like 2 different versions. Obviously, that's not going to work for most of us. We want to just make sure that for Wix and Squarespace, you don't have to worry about it as much. WordPress, you have to worry more about how it folds down. And if you have, I have a lady who has a huge resource room. On desktop, it looks great. It's like, all these little slots. On mobile, you're just like scrolling forward. We had to come up with a different way to organize the information because, they forget where they're going. And you want to, configure them. So site speed, videos, much bigger deal. For Hera Hub, we were trying to speed up their site speed, and I had to tell her to get rid of the video above the header or cancel it. She let me put a picture instead to show up on mobile. So sometimes we have one way that shows up on desktop and one way that shows up on mobile. Because videos take so long to load if you're on data. And really just a visual. A lot of times stuff just does not flow. This is kind of. So promoting your website. We were talking about social media a lot. You had so many great pieces of advice for getting out and promoting yourself and becoming an expert. I love all of them. Writing a book, great for SEO. Writing articles for your friends and for non-competitive people. But also knowing that there's way more than social media. We talked about this a little earlier. Some people in here are only using social media. So on Google Analytics, you have a little pie, and it shows your acquisition pie. Social media is even if you have pretty good social media, it doesn't. People interact on social media. You share an article on social media. How many people click and read it? How many people have you seen that share articles they never read? On Twitter, if you try and share something you haven't read, they're like, you want to read it first before you share it? So it's a big problem. So you have to know that on social media, people are engaging with it at surface level. But there's so many more places we can put it. So one place is Google My Business. A lot of you said you claimed it. Google My Business doesn't want to know that you went to the park or the beach or that you had a great snack. But any of your business-related posts, you should recycle right onto Google My Business. What it does is it takes all that content. You could also add a button. Google loves, obviously, COVID information updates right now, and they have a special COVID page. They also added attributes for women-owned businesses, Black-owned businesses, different things like that. They added a virtual booking slot. So these are all special slots that they added recently. But beyond those, they always have posts, promotions, videos, events. They love events. This is a cheat. If y'all want to get your Maps profile up, start running events. It does not matter if anybody comes here. It does not matter if it's a virtual event and you throw up a virtual event link. You say time, date, place. Time, date, place. That will help entrench you in your location. So I have a client that does coffee talk every Friday or whatever.
Oh, split FYI.
Yeah.
That's not your client?
No.
Oh, they do a coffee talk.
No. But now they're doing a weekly bike ride for only people in the recovery community. So this is an event we get to promote, and they can kind of show up or not show up, and it doesn't really matter. If they have the bike ride and they organize it, and one of the people on their team comes, they don't have to be so advanced. Is my point. I know sometimes events can be very arduous, but you can kind of transform things. You just need to have a title, a description, a date, a time, and a location, and you can put the physical location and then put a virtual link. It does not care.
But so Dawn, I thought you weren't supposed to copy content, so I can take my blog posts and put them on Google posts.
So let's talk about duplicate content. The rules on SEO change constantly, and one of the things that Google does not really care about so much is duplicate content.
Whoa.
There is a way to set canonicals, which we're getting a little deep in the mud here, but if it basically just says canonical equals, it's a little tag snippet that you can put in your header if you have Wix or Squarespace. If you have WordPress, it's much easier. And you use OpenYoast or your advanced SEO tool, and you would go to the canonization. And you want to set canonical. Canonical means the original, the number one. So if you have a whole bunch of content that's all out and around, first of all, Google knows you are an entity, by the way. You're not just one site. You are an entity of all your connected sites. So your website, your social media, your Google My Business, your maps, all of your event things, all of them that are connected to your website, Google knows that. So you're like a little coronavirus. Okay, you got your middle, and all those little spikes are like your entities, right? So Google already knows that about you. So that's one thing. So if you have the same thing on two of your entities, it's cool. But the problem with that is for search engines, you might want to tell them like the one place to go because they might get confused. It might offer the same content from many different places in search results, whereas if you set a canonical on all of them to the one original, then Google would know to show them that.
But in the meantime, if I have to, should I sell my house or divorce? I've already blogged about it. You're saying I can even just slightly change the title and do it. It makes sense to actually do it on Google My Business Post.
You don't have to change anything. Okay, Google My Business posts expire weekly. So
Oh,
I set a day of the
really?
week. We do them every Monday and Tuesday. We go in a bunch, but we go through.
They only last a week on Google.
Oh, they expire after a week, so you just recycle, reuse, renew. You want to reuse. This is what I spend a lot of my time doing. Actually, is repurposing content that already exists for different platforms. So it doesn't matter really. Duplicate content used to matter. What does matter is plagiarism. Okay, so not only does it know, that your sites are all connected, it also can read now. If any of you have the Google app on your phone and you see that little weird square picture thing, that's Google, I forget, Lens. And it's literally trying to see, it's learned how to see. I've been using it a lot lately to like do stuff, and it's getting smarter and smarter. It's really stupid. And now the AI is like picking up, and it's starting to get, like I did I was at Yard House, and I was looking for a trail that was nearby, and it like did this whole visualization, showed me how to walk like through that. So that's all part of Google Lens. Google Lens is a little creepy, not gonna lie, but its purpose is it wants to learn how to see. It wants to learn how to. Right now, Google can only show you images based on the description, the alt text, titles that you guys put in there. So if you want your images to show up on search, it right now, classically, traditionally, was using all those words you put in the back end or work in the back end. Whereas now they're trying to visually be able to understand and see things. Like I can do Google Lens with a shirt, and it'll show me other shirts like that because it recognizes it. Yeah. I don't know how we got off onto that tangent, but plagiarism. It knows. Now that we talk about how smart the AI is, it can tell if you copied content, and that will get you big. So if you're like finding somebody's content and you really like it, like you have to rewrite it. They say 30% changes, at least to make it unique. And then you might want to set canonicalization if it's close to somebody else's, so that it knows where your main page is. I think that's it. Oh, okay, so analyzing your search reports. Those of you who said you had Google Analytics, I forget, was it most of you? I think it was not most of you. So that would be like the first thing I would do is start getting your Google Analytics set up. And like I said, I'd love to stay back and help anybody who's having trouble finding where their header code is. That's very fast for me to find. So if anybody needs help with that, reach out. But there's three main things: acquisition and behavior is really the two that you want to look at in Google Analytics. You go to acquisition, it tells you to search, social, PPC, where they came from, and then you can break that down further, and it'll show you like which posts. There's ways if you're running ads to be able to put like which ad specifically came through, called parameters. And Facebook makes it very easy. Does add parameters? Yeah, add parameters. So it gives you a list. Go ahead and do that if you're messing around with Facebook ads, because it'll help you be able to see in analytics where things are coming from. So because iPhone is blocking everything, all these ads, sharing, tracking data is being reused, adding these parameters and checking. Somebody said, I'm not getting any traffic from Facebook, but they were. If you go into the analytics, you can see people aren't liking or engaging with the content, but they're actually coming through to the site despite that. And then dig into what's working and dump what's not.
Dawn, we're going to have Dawn do a business booster soon.
Yeah.
Friday, so we can dig in more. So Dawn, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And ladies, you're welcome to take your time. You can stay. This is our last session. We have several cocktails out there, network, go outside, grab cookies in the lobby, and let me know if you have any questions. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you. So good. On the
Yeah, I know. I know. I read about that, and I was so surprised.
So it was like, hire an expert, hashtag hire an expert, H-A-S-E, capitalized. That way the screen never goes for
Like
like,
sudden burst of
inspiration. Yeah, every first color of every really the first half.
And so when I saw that, I was like, that's it.
Yeah, I think that matters in
Okay, so
I saw.
I should put this
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Oh, you're welcome.
Hey, how are you? Good.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah. I already make some and she's like there every day. I'm not, so I feel like her because I'm just not that needed when I come down here. Let's say you don't know right?
If anyone needs to refreshing alcoholics thing,
They pull all the information. And then you put the stuff in your little you can create here, you can edit everything, colors, whatever. But it takes the information you already have. Look at that. Like they pulled logs and pulled everything. And I just it's just not so once you do that, you publish it. And then you have Google. So Google so smart those days. So if you were not, I mean, you can go buy stuff. And you can edit that. So you can basically set up a very basic website just so and then I go in. So you want to plan your business, and what you'll do is you'll put in, it'll walk you through and ask you to keep it no, okay. So it's so let's say you go to them, they can you, and then you keep the end part, and then you can say like, what's the address? What's the address? Like you can say either way, they'll ask you where do you send your so even if the physical address is in public or yeah, you have a postcard and then you claim they have a number on it. The Google will think that has a number on it. You go back into Google My Business and you put in that number and it says, okay, you own this. And then you fill it out, you'll be on maps, you'll be on search, you can run your posts through. Wow. So any of your social media posts, you can run through that. But you know, if you go something like a product event, or you can have all of your products in. Your events, these posts expire after a week, so you can refresh them every week. I'm laughing because it's so easy. I know. I heard that before, and they're like, stop saying it's easy. It's not easy. Thank you so much. No problem. But yeah, so if you're doing my business, all this will apply.
I know I need, like, this is the space where I'm like,
let me get your information, because I didn't have to follow up with everybody. I was going to have my designer make me a little flyer, but I didn't ask him in time, and I felt too bad making a merch. So, I didn't have anything to pass out at this time. Oh my God.
That's what I was sitting there.
Well, I want to grab your business card.
Yeah. I'm so sorry, y'all. I don't have cards. I ran out like a year ago, and I never
Well, it's in my header. I've been dealing with that for like a week, and I'm like,
what do you
Okay. First and third. But if you guys have any questions, like 3 minutes, it's an hour long slot.
Yeah.
First and third. Yes, but let me give you information. I'm sorry. I normally like this summer. I know one of my designer makes a little flyer, but. So I have a question. I saw a blog post that did a summary at the top of the blog of what we ate. Yeah, and I thought either that's a really good idea or a really bad idea.
That was a great idea.
And
Okay,
you know that. Okay, so I have those kind of. Yeah, I'll follow. So I have to find this video, right? Okay, put the YouTube video at the top, and then we do a transcription, but then we clean up the transcription.
Right,
Because it's a real blog, right? And then at the top, we'll say what to expect in this episode, and you have a summary. Yep. But then every section of what we're talking about, like what we're talking about this, it bounces down. Okay, so if they click on that, like what's this about? Okay, talk about parents, whatever. And they click on it, it bounces back to that video. Okay, on that. Oh. It's not for video, this is for the blog.
For the video. Okay, got it. So there's like a link in.
So this client made me a batch of 30 videos. It's basically like 10 topics broken into 3 videos and we chop them apart. So they're like, a couple minutes long. Okay. And then we run those, they're all optimized for all different spots. And then you embed that at the top of the blog. Okay. You take the transcript of a written blog. So you have all this extra.
Absolutely.
But the best, so most sites, if you put a hashtag and then a little, you can name your different sections. Well, CSS ID, okay, class ID, section. So let's say this section down here that talks about the third topic. Yep. I name it topic name. Right. And then at the URL, put hashtag topic name. It'll bounce down to that section. So on Google, have you ever seen where like you type something in and it shows you exact minute?
Yes.
Or
Yeah, that timestamp.
Yeah, that goes down.
Yes.
On the page to the section you're in.
Yes.
That's it. It's called passing. So I use the summary at the top, and then I use it as a link down to that section, and that can help Google index that section.
See, like I said, I hadn't seen anybody doing what you're talking about, but I get it. Like I said, it was this, I don't know whose article it was, a strong article, but it's summary, and I thought,
That's good for users and for them.
absolutely, but I thought either this is good or bad. I think it's good. Okay,
Also,
so
if you do that summary at the top and you didn't set your page description, Google would pull that as your page description. So it's actually kind of smart for them to have to do so much.
Okay, well, thank you for, I looked, I didn't know what to ask.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Well, great.
Oh my god, I was like mind blown.
Well, so she was talking about all the ways, like, you know, it's perfect. Now they're talking about all the ways that I can. If you want, I know we're kind of in your version now, but.
Yeah, there it is now,
Here, I just want to show you really quick.
Where I know where to go put it in, I just don't know what to put in.
I mean, yeah,
Do you already have
Because I know to go to settings, I know to go to advanced, I know to go to code projection.
Yeah.
I just don't know what to put in there is my
Okay.
thing. I got that part.
Already set up?
I think I do, I'm pretty sure that I do. I do want to sit around.
It's good that you found it though. That is so hard for people. They're like,
No,
okay, inject header tone.
Listen, I'm a rabbit hole. I could go down.
So I opened all these up just in case I needed to show people.
Oh, shit.
So you say you know to go
Yeah,
here.
I gotta go here. I just can't figure out that's what I'm missing.
Yeah,
I
so
just
it's a
don't-
global site tag right here. And basically all this is gonna be the same except for this number. It's gonna be your unique number.
Is that the pixel number?
That's,
Or what is
it's
that?
kind of the same as a pixel number. I'm gonna show you.
Sorry. I'm like,
I'll show you. So in your analytics, I'm gonna show you how to go find yours so that you can So when you land on your Google Analytics page, does it look like this?
yes.
Okay. So you go down here to admin. If you want to take a video,
I would do that.
actually the phone is not very good. I can take a video and send it to you. You gave me your email?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, here. Perfect. I'll send you.
Awesome. I love you. Thank you.
I feel good. Like I'm so glad I found the job.
I'd love to do this one, so yeah. I like to do that. I'm sick of so shit. I hate that. I'm so sick of it.
Okay. There we go. you just tap it, it usually copies the whole thing. Which is 100%.
Okay. That's all of it.
Then you come in here, paste it right here. And hit save, whatever you just save.
Yeah.
Go out.
And that's it. It's like, I thought, I just didn't know where to get that. As soon as you said that, I don't.
So, yeah, it's admin,
Admin,
in the corner. And then you should be able to find it as long as you know the looks for these little. Okay. And then if it asks you to do this, we want to set up. I would recommend you do it. It's new though, and it's really hard to read. So like this person doesn't have it set up. This is new. But if you're setting up a fresh one, and it only gives you the option to do Google Analytics or setup, there's an advanced section at the bottom. Pop it open and have it create for.
Okay.
I forget what it's called. Universal Analytics and Digital Analytics. So I'm pretty sure the new account and they try to force you.
Right.
Which is great, but it's not finished.
It's not finished.
Yeah.
Okay.
So kind of long.
Good to know.
Yeah, so if there's like a dance or more or something, or if
Okay.
it's not visible that you want to bounce up.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I definitely want to sit down.
Yeah, are you a member?
I am, yes. I'm a member in Temecula.
Okay. She just asked me if I would want to do Uber hours in Temecula, and I said absolutely, because I'm in Carlsbad right now and nobody cares. There's another SEO there, and she's there co-working like every day.
Yeah.
So if anybody has an SEO question, she's literally there lingering. So
Right,
like,
so it's easy. No, that would be amazing to come out to Temecula. I feel like you have yourself. I know how it's now.
Right, okay. She said maybe like once a month you want to come do a piece here.
That would be awesome.
Same here.
That would be awesome. That's great. I appreciate it. I feel like I reached out to you when I first joined you guys last year at the very beginning. So I appreciate it.